Hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I hope everyone is doing well on this Monday evening. Hello. Hi, Ellie. Oh, right. Let me let me hydrate, stretch, and sit up straight. Mm. Hey, wait, I just noticed you took my antlers away. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, have I been streaming muted for like. Oh no. I don't know how long I've been doing this. Oops. Well, I'll have to go and check. Um. Check my VODs. Oh no. Oh no. I was entirely muted. Oh gosh. I don't know if my last stream was entirely muted or not. I did not do my proper audio checks. But today is a very, very different kind of stream. I could hear music, but that was it. I think I did an oopsie. I think I did a very, very big oopsie. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh no. I didn't have all my audio tracks selected. I think oh god. Okay. If Kerbal Space Program, then there was sound. Okay. I think I might have done I might have messed with the audio settings on accident somehow. But alright. Today is going to be a very different kind of stream. Just as a little preface, I suppose. I thought about this idea. I thought of this idea literally today around noontime when I was reading a new book that I recently got. As you can see in the title, it's called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. So first of all, we're gonna we're gonna tackle a lot of things. Usually I don't swear on this channel, I don't really swear when I usually talk as well, but this is going to be a little bit different because this book has a lot of swear words, and so for the sake of reading this book, I will just read whatever's written on the page. I sound so awkward. yeah, it is. It's just a choice I made. It's not for the idea of, oh, I need to be family friendly, or I need to pander to younger audiences, so I should avoid swear words or anything, or I'm not like afraid of being demonetized or anything like that. So it's just a conscious decision that I made. I used to include swearing in my vocabulary, but it wasn't ever a big part of how I like to speak. So sometimes I swear like a sailor. Yeah. I don't mind when people swear, but personally, I would just prefer to learn other words, to use other words. So this is also one of the reasons why I decided to begin or embark on this self-improvement journey for the next 15 months. I mentioned this a little bit in the last stream, but I don't even know if the audio came through last stream. Oh gosh, I'll have to go check. I think I might have just been messing with the audio before stream today, so hopefully I was talking. That would be really awkward. I think I was. So we are all good. On top of everything, I also mentioned before that I would like to try ASMR. But it's always so scary, kind of like diving into the deep end, jumping straight into a new kind of way of making stuff, of doing stuff. And so this is kind of like my little bridge, my little attempt. If I enjoy this type of thing, I might try some more daring attempts in the future? I think so. Otherwise, someone would have said something. All right, what's your plan? Right. I was responding to people, so I might have just messed things up today. Yeah. All right, what's your plan with ASMR? My plan with ASMR is no plan. I don't have any plans. So I wouldn't classify this stream as an ASMR stream. Otherwise I would included it somewhere. I would just consider this as a little kind of like my way of trying to do something fun, do something different. Like, what do you want to do exactly? I just think it would be something fun to learn. Before I started on the I guess self-improvement journey, I'm just gonna call it that, I guess. I did a lot of self-reflection on what kind of person I am, on who I want to be, on what energizes me, why I want to stream, and I came to the conclusion of two things. I came to the conclusion that I am a person who really enjoys connecting with others, so talking to people, talking to as many people as possible would be really fun for me. And the second thing is I really enjoy trying new things. I don't really enjoy trying things to the point and then getting like so deep into a hobby, a topic, a subject that I become an expert in said subject or hobby or activity, whatever. But I really, really like to learn what makes something special. Why is this, let's say, tennis? How do you play tennis? How can I get good enough to be better than most people? And I would like spend, depending on this on the activity. Let's say, like, for example, when I did chess, I spent like the whole, I would say like a half year to a year just engrossed in chess, playing chess whenever I can, learning about chess, watching chess videos, and that's just how I operate. And some things like, learning about art, learning about politics, learning about economics, learning about video games, learning about the difference between first-person shooters, strategy games, RTSs, a bunch of different topics are really, really fun to me. And so I really enjoy, trying new things. And this is kind of my idea of trying something different. I've never really seen anyone do this before. So we'll see how today goes. I think my choice of book is very daring, I shall say. I think my RTS games are some of my favorites. Yeah. I think they have been. Oh, hello, Kellen. Welcome. Yeah, I did a lot of between last stream and this stream, I did a lot of little cool things. So I revamped a lot of the redeems as well. I want to keep making things exciting, and I want to keep trying new things. So I'll be honest, the entirety of yesterday was spent on making the Move Fumi redeem work properly. And I think, I cross fingers, I hope that it works. If you guys want to try it, go ahead. But essentially, the issue was because the application, Mix It Up, is not a coding application. It's like a pseudo kind of code. You get to set little things that run or don't run based on conditions or randomizes or whatever, and it connects to VTube Studio and Twitch, and I just had so much trouble trying to get it to work. Yeah, but welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Today we are going to be doing something really, really different. I don't know how things will go. I'm just gonna cross my fingers and and hope that it does work. I did not really how do I say this? I did not do any practice runs for the stream. I just thought of the idea on the spot, and I spent I spent 30 minutes, an hour and a half ish, trying to set everything up, and that's why I was slightly late for today's stream. I do apologize, but I've seen a few streams where people read to their chats. Yeah, I hope this is gonna be a little bit different. One of the reasons why I picked this book in particular is because I recently did try and, you know, change my life a little bit to make sure that I am a little bit more motivated, a little bit more focused, and, you know, change things for the better. And I think after like recommendations, after seeing this book online in the bookstores, I decided to get this book, and so this is going to be my first time reading through the book as well. I do not have a good track record of, you know, I do not have a good track record of reading words very clearly, and I'll often stumble upon my words. Even as I'm just like talking, I do have some trouble reading very, very coherently, so I won't be any like, you know, radio host narrating perfectly or anything like that. So we'll stumble our way through the book. Hopefully, I did a little bit. I've read like 5 pages just to see how long things will take, and it took me like 5 to 10 minutes for 5 pages, so I'm extrapolating that to the 200 pages of the entire book. It's probably gonna take around 4 to 6 hours, and so yeah, we'll be here for the long haul. I don't really know how I want to structure the stream. Like if people type stuff, and if people have opinions about topics, should I stop immediately? Should I wait until the end of the page? How should I manage? How should I how should I decide to, you know, do things I haven't really thought of? So we'll just try things along the way and see what works. I might choose to not respond. I might choose to respond immediately. We'll see. But I mentioned this earlier. I think I was muted, but this is a book that contains a lot of swear words, and as you guys probably can tell, I don't really use swear words that often on stream, at least. And actually, just like how I speak, I don't swear that often. I like maybe max get let a swear word out whenever I play League of Legends or something like that. But besides that, I don't really swear. And so this book, how, like, when I narrate this book, it might sound a little awkward at first, but I hope things don't become too weird. And I will just read what is on the page. I'm not gonna like try to overly censor myself. I think that would be pointless, especially with a book named The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. So yeah. Just a little bit more, I guess. Before we continue, my day has been very good. I've been having a really good time this weekend to relax. To hello Yun, welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna try and read a book on stream. I think I went for a very perhaps awkward or weird choice, but I've been wanting to read this book for a while, and I've always like picked it up, read 2 pages, put it down, or picked it up, read a few more pages and put it down. So today is kind of like my way of keeping myself responsible as well. Yeah, I do apologize for the swearing in advance, but I will just read whatever is on the page. I've been meaning to read this book too. Oh, we can read through it together. Yeah. But before we continue, I guess I do want to kind of like talk about my day and why I the moment when this idea came to mind, like how it formed. So I've been taking this weekend very easy, very relaxed. I went to the boba store near me and grabbed some boba. Along the way, I got some Texas barbecue. It was really, really good yesterday, and And so today I had one more cup left over. Hello, Ryan. Hello. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. We're gonna be reading a book soon. But as I was saying, I got some barbecue, I got some boba, and today I had one more cup left over, so I was drinking my boba and sitting on my couch reading the book. I picked it up. Ow! I picked it up and I decided to start flipping through it. And the cover, the back, like recommendations, the prologue and the foreword looked all very interesting. And so I'm excited to see how this goes. Tits is having issues. The sound played before it hit. Ah, okay. Wait, let me. I think I can fix that. No. Okay. I'm just gonna mute the sound for today, just because we're reading. But I'll fix the sound for next time. It's because of the way I have stream set up. I'm using a 2-computer system, and so the visual feed has a lot of delay. But yeah. Oh no, Fumi's a little blocked. Let me move Fumi. Oh, ta-da! Does that work? Yeah. Yeah. I've been trying to make things different as well. Hopefully it's gonna be fun and add a few redeems, changed up a few things. But okay, all right. I think without further delay, let's get to it. Okay. I'm very, very nervous about this. I think I have no idea how things are gonna go, but hopefully they go well and I don't I don't struggle with my words too much. That's kind of like my main concern right now. But all right. No more no more trying to put things off. The art The subtle art of not giving a fuck. Chapter 1. Don't try. Charles Bukowski was an alcoholic, a womanizer, a chronic gambler, a lout, a cheapskate, a deadbeat, and on his worst days, a poet. He's probably the last person on earth you would ever look to for life advice, or expect to see any sort of self-help book. Worst case scenario, the planet blows up. Which is why it's the perfect place to start. Bukowski wanted to be a writer, but for decades, his work was rejected by almost every magazine, newspaper, journal, agent, and publisher he submitted to. His work was horrible, they said. Crude, disgusting, depraved, and as the stacks of rejection slipped, oh my god. Okay, let me calm down. Take a sip of water. Oh no, I am not even through the first page yet. But alright, deep breath. And as the stacks of rejection slips piled up, the weight of his failures pushed him down into an alcoholic-fueled depression that would follow him for most of his life. Bukowski had a day job as a letter filer at the post office. He got paid shit money and spent most of it on booze. He gambled away the rest of it at the racetrack. At night, he would drink alone and sometimes hammer out poetry on his beat-up old typewriter. Often, he'd wake up on the floor, having passed out the night before. 30 years went by like this, most of it a meaningless blur of alcohol, drugs, gambling, and prostitutes. Then, when Bukowski was 50, after a lifetime of failure and self-loathing, an editor at a small independent publishing house took a strange interest in him. The editor couldn't offer Bukowski much money or promise of sales, but he had a weird affection for the drunk loser, and so he decided to take a chance on him. It was the first real shot Bukowski had ever gotten, and he realized probably the only one he would ever get. Bukowski wrote back to the editor, "I have one of two choices. Stay in the post office and go crazy, or stay out here and play at writer and starve. I've decided to starve." Upon signing the contract, Bukowski wrote his first novel in 3 days. It was simply called Post Office. In the dedication, he wrote, "Dedicated to no one." Bukowski would make it as a novelist and a poet. He would go on to publish 6 novels and hundreds of poems, selling over 2 million copies of his books. His popularity defied everyone's expectations, particularly his own. Stories like Bukowski's are the bread and butter of our cultural narrative. Bukowski's life embodies the American dream. A man fights for what he wants, never gives up, and eventually achieves his wildest dreams. It's practically a movie waiting to happen. We all look at stories like Bukowski's and say, see, he never gave up. He never stopped trying. He always believed in himself. He persisted against all odds and made something of himself. It is then strange that on Bukowski's tombstone, the epitaph reads, "Don't try." Hello, Necro. Yeah. See, despite those book sales and the fame, Bukowski was a loser. He knew it. And his success stemmed from not being some determination to be a winner, but from the fact that he knew he was a loser and accepted it. And then wrote honestly about it. He never tried to be anything other than what he was. The genius in Bukowski's works was not in overcoming unbelievable odds or developing himself into a shining literary light. It was the opposite. It was his simple ability to be completely, unflinchingly honest with himself, and especially the worst parts of himself, and to share those failings without hesitation or doubt. This is the real story of Bukowski's success, his comfort with himself as a failure. Bukowski didn't give a fuck about success. Even after his fame, he would still show up to poetry readings, hammered and verbally abused people in his audience. He still exposed himself in public and tried to sleep with every woman he could find. Fame and success did not make him a better person, nor was it by becoming a better person that he became famous and successful. Self-improvement and success often occur together, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the same thing. Our culture today is obsessively focused on unrealistically positive expectations. Be happier, be healthier, be the best, better than the rest, be smarter, faster, richer, sexier, more popular, more productive, more envious, and more envied and more admired. Be perfect and amazing and crap out 12-karat gold nuggets before breakfast each morning while kissing your selfie-ready spouse and 2.5 kids goodbye. Then fly your helicopter to your wonderful, fulfilling job, where you will spend your days doing incredibly meaningful work that is likely to save the planet one day. But that's when you stop and really think about it. Conventional life advice, all the positive and happy self-help stuff we hear all the time, is actually fixated on what you lack. It lasers in on what you perceive about your personal shortcomings and failures to already be, and then emphasizes them for you. You learn about the best ways to make money because you feel like you don't have enough money already. You stand in front of the mirror and repeat affirmations saying, you are beautiful because you feel as though you are not beautiful already. You follow dating and relationship advice because you feel that you are unlovable already. You try goofy visualization exercises about being more successful because you feel as though you aren't successful enough already. Ironically, this fixation on the positive, on what's better, what's superior, only serves to remind us over and over again of what we are not, of what we lack, of what we should have been, but failed to be. After all, no truly happy person feels the need to stand in front of the mirror and recite that she is happy. She just is. There's a saying in Texas, the smallest dogs bark the loudest. A confident man doesn't feel the need to prove that he is confident. A rich woman doesn't feel the need to convince anybody she is rich. Either you are or you are not. And if you're dreaming of something all the time, then you reinforce the same unconscious reality over and over that you are not that. Just as a quick side note, I feel like so far the book has, set things up very nicely. I was, I don't know. I read to this point basically and decided to stop reading. And this was the moment when I decided to read the book on stream together with you guys. I think it would be a very interesting book, and it's kind of been pointing towards a very fascinating point. I think so far everything is really, really, accurate, and immediately grabbed my attention with the story about Bukowski and the point on, what's it called? The point on, you need to be better, you need to be stronger, you need to be more successful and stuff like that. And I was just I decided today, the first thing in the morning would be to call my grandparents. And and my grandfather recently had his 90th birthday. And so I realized that I never actually had the opportunity to talk to him, to ask him about his life and ask him about what he thinks. What is his takeaway in life? What did he think when he was younger? What did he think when he was older? What did he think when he was in the army fighting in the Chinese Civil War? Yeah, I was so selfish and preoccupied with being a kid that I never stopped to look around me and ask the people around me in my family, my friends, what their life experiences are. And so it was really fun talking to my grandfather today and, hearing his perspective on life and kind of what is his advice. I asked him about some of my troubles, feeling motivated or not feeling motivated, and feeling like I want to do something, but I often cannot find the passion or energy or motivation to begin. And it was really fun. Alright, but back to the book. Everyone and their TV commercials wants you to believe that the key to a good life is a nicer job, or a more rugged car, or a prettier girlfriend, or a hot tub with an inflatable pool for kids. The world is constantly telling you that the path to a better life is more. More. Buy more, own more, make more, fuck more, be more. You're constantly bombarded with the message to give a fuck about everything. All the time. Give a fuck about a new TV. Give a fuck about having a better vacation than your coworkers. Give a fuck about about buying that new lawn ornament. Give a fuck about having the right kind of selfie stick. Why? My guess, because giving a fuck is about more stuff is good for business. And while there's nothing wrong with good business, the problem is giving too many fucks is bad for your mental health. It causes you to be overly attached to superficial and fake. To dedicate your life to chasing a mirage of happiness and satisfaction. The key to a good life is not giving a fuck about more. It's giving a fuck about less. Giving a fuck about only what is true and immediate and important. The feedback loop from hell. There is an insidious quirk in your brain that if you let it, it can drive you absolutely batty. Tell me if this sounds familiar to you. You get anxious about confronting someone in your life. That anxiety cripples you, and you start to wonder why you're so anxious. Now you've become anxious about being anxious. Oh no, doubly anxious. You're anxious about your anxiety, which causes you more anxiety. Quick, where's the whiskey? Or let's say you have an anger problem. You get pissed off at the stupidest, most insane stuff, and you have no idea why. And the fact that you get pissed off so easily starts to piss you off even more. And then in your petty rage, you realize that being angry all the time makes you a shallow and mean person. And you hate this. You hate it so much that you get angry at yourself. Now look at you. You're angry at yourself, getting angry about being angry. Fuck you, wall. Here, have a fist. Or you're so worried about doing the right thing all the time that you become worried about how much you're worrying. I feel this. Or feel so guilty about every mistake that you make that you begin to feel guilty about how guilty you're feeling. Or you get sad and alone so often that it makes you feel even more sad and alone just thinking about it. Welcome to the feedback loop from hell. Chances are you've already engaged in it more than a few times. Maybe you're engaging in it right now. God, I do the feedback loop of from hell all the time. I'm such a loser for doing it. I should stop. Oh my god, I feel like such a loser for calling myself a loser. I should stop calling myself a loser. Ah, fuck, I'm doing it again. See? I'm a loser. Ah. Calm down, amigo. Believe it or not, this is the part of being the beauty of being human. Very few animals on Earth have the ability to think cogent thoughts to begin with. But we humans have the luxury of being able to have thoughts about our thoughts. Meta-analysis and meta-thinking. Yeah. So I can think about watching Miley Cyrus videos on YouTube and then immediately think about what a sicko I am for wanting to watch Miley Cyrus videos on YouTube. Ah, the miracle of consciousness. Now here's the problem. Our society today, through the wonders of consumer culture and hey, look at my life is cooler than yours social media, has bred a whole new generation of people who believe that having these negative experiences, anxiety, fear, guilt, etc. is totally not okay. I mean, if you look at your Facebook feed, everybody there is having a fucking grand old time. Look, 8 people got married this week, and some 16-year-old on TV got a Ferrari for her birthday. And another kid just made $2 billion inventing an app that automatically delivers you more toilet paper when you run out. Meanwhile, you're stuck at home, flossing your cat, and you can't help but think your life sucks even more than you thought. The feedback loop from hell has become a borderline epidemic, making us overly stressed, overly neurotic, and overly self-loathing. Back in Grandpa's day, he would feel like shit and think to himself, gee whiz, I do feel like a cow turd today, but hey, I guess that's just life. Back to shoveling hay. But now you feel like shit for even 5 minutes, you're bombarded with 350 images of people totally happy and having an amazing fucking life. And it's impossible not to feel like there's something wrong with you. To be fair, an automatic toilet paper app sounds awesome. I mean, that's just Amazon, right? They know, like, oh, you're about to run out about this time, and they can track it. It's honestly really, really crazy. Over the summer this year, actually, I was working at at a basically an investment firm, and we look at a bunch of new startups, and it was really eye-opening to me that seeing these types of products, seeing these types of companies who just they rely on you giving them information, and they can calculate, they can sort out, they can create an algorithm, they can sell you stuff, they can harvest data. It's really scary how far our society has gotten to be able to do stuff like this, to be able to, realize that, oh, you're about to run out of toilet paper because you live alone and you use up toilet paper about, 3 rolls every 2 months or 3 rolls every month. And so basically I should throw ads at this person in 6 months time because they bought a 30 pack last time or something like that. But it's just really, really jarring. And I used to be someone who thought, what's the big deal? What's the big deal with giving companies your data, giving companies your name, your address, your ethnicity, your gender, your sexual orientation. And recently I kind of have to reevaluate that because before I would just consider, it's more convenient for me to see a toilet ad when I'm out of toilet paper, so I can go buy toilet paper when I'm out of toilet paper. But then now I have to literally every single new application I download, the first thing I do is to disable all notification. I disable all notification unless it's a financial app, like a banking app, or specific social media. Like even on Discord, any new server I join, first thing I do is I mute all notification and I go down the list and mute all the channels. Or I set it so I cannot be tagged by at everyone or something like that. And I recently also nuked my phone. I deleted all my all the games, all the weird apps that I stopped using that pop up sometimes with a little red bubble, and it's been so much more relaxing. I don't feel the jerk to pick up my phone the second I hear a notification or the second the screen lights up with a little banner ad thing, and it's completely different. I do think that it's a good thing, and you should be more careful with how you allow these ads, allow these intrusions and distractions affect you. Okay. Back to the book. Okay, Boomy will sound my head for now, I guess. It's this last part that gets us in trouble. We feel bad about feeling bad. We feel guilty about feeling guilty. We get angry about getting angry. We feel anxious about feeling anxious. What is wrong with me? This is why giving a fuck is so key. This is why it's going to save the world, and it's going to save it by accepting that the world is totally fucked and it's alright, because it's always been that way and it always will be. By not giving a fuck that you feel bad, you short circuit the feedback loop from hell, and you say to yourself, I feel like shit, but who gives a fuck? And then, as if sprinkled by magic magic fuck giving fairy dust, you stop hating yourself for feeling so bad. George Orwell said that to see what is in front of one's nose requires a constant struggle. Well, the solution in front of our stress and anxiety is right there in front of us. And we're too busy watching porn and advertisements for ab machines that don't work and wonder why we're not banging a hot blonde with a rocking six-pack to notice. We joke about first world problems online, but we really have become the victims of our own success. Stress-related health issues, anxiety disorders, and cases of depression that have skyrocketed over the past 30 years. Despite the fact that everyone has a flat-screen TV and can have their groceries delivered. Our crisis is no longer material, it's existential. It's spiritual. We have so much fucking stuff and so many opportunities that we don't even know what to give a fuck about anymore. Because there's an infinite amount of things we can now see or know. There's also an infinite number of ways we can discover that we don't measure up, that we are not good enough, and that things aren't as great as they could be. And this rips us apart inside. Because there's this thing that's wrong with all of the how to be happy shit that's been shared 8 million times on Facebook in the past few years, here's what nobody realizes about all this crap. The desire for more positive experiences is itself a negative experience, and paradoxically, the acceptance of one's negative experience is itself a positive experience. This is a total mindfuck. So I'll give you a minute to unpretzel your brain and maybe read that again. Wanting positive experiences is a negative experience. Accepting negative experiences is a positive experience. This is what the philosopher Alan Watts used to refer to as the backwards law. The idea that you want to pursue feeling better all the time. The more you want to pursue feeling better all the time, the less satisfied you become, as pursuing something only reinforces the fact that you lack it in the first place. The more you desperately want to be rich, the more poor and unworthy you feel, regardless of how much money you actually make. The more you desperately want to be sexy and desired, the uglier you come to see yourself, regardless of what your actual physical appearance. The more you desperately want to be happy and loved, the lonelier and more afraid you become, regardless of those who surround you. The more you want to be spiritually enlightened, the more self-centered and shallow you become trying to get there. It's like this one time I tripped on acid and it felt like the more I walked towards a house, the further away the house got from me. And yes, I just used my LSD hallucinations to make a philosophical point about happiness. No fucks given. As the existential philosopher Albert Camus says, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't on LSD at the time, you will never be happy if you continue to search for what is happiness consisted of. You will never live if you are looking for the meaning of life. Or put it more simply, don't try. Now, I know what you're gonna say. Mark, this is gonna... This is making my nipples all hard. But what about Camaro that I've been saving... Oh, what about that Camaro I've been saving up for? What about the beach body I've been starving myself for? After all, I paid a lot of money for that ab machine. What about the big house on the lake that I've been dreaming of? If I stop giving a fuck about those things, well, I'll never achieve anything. I don't want that to happen, do I? So glad you asked. So far, this book has been really fun. I think I've already resonated with a few things here, but I've learned to be a lot more cautious about like agreeing with things. Small tangent. Small tangent. I feel like it's so easy to get like, or I'm a very easily influenced person. If I how I used to be, if I read through this, I'd be like, oh, I'm already on board, please tell me more. And I would probably subscribe to the mindset that this person lays out in this book. But I've learned to be a lot more cautious and actually reflect before I make a decision. And so let's see how it goes. Ever notice that sometimes when you care less about something, you do better at it? Notice how it's often the person who is least invested in the success of something that actually ends up achieving it. Notice how sometimes when you stop giving a fuck, everything seems to fall into place. What's with that? What's interesting about the backwards law is that it's called backwards for a reason. Not giving a fuck about works in reverse. If pursuing the positive is a negative, then pursuing the negative generates the positive. The pain you are pursuing in the gym results in the better all-around health and energy. The failures in businesses are what leads to a better understanding of what's necessary to become successful. Being open about your insecurities paradoxically makes you more confident and charismatic around others. The pain of honest confrontation is what generates the greatest trust and respect in your relationships. Suffering through the fears and anxieties is what allows you to build courage and perseverance. Seriously, I could keep going, but you get the point. Everything worthwhile in life is won through surmounting an associated negative experience. Any attempt to escape the negative, to avoid it, to quash it, to silence it, only backfires. The avoidance of suffering is a form of suffering. The avoidance of a struggle is a struggle. The denial of a failure is a failure. Hiding what is shameful is itself a form of shame. Pain is inextricably Pain is an inextricable thread of fabric of life, and to tear it out is not only impossible, but destructive. Attempting to tear it out unravels everything else with it. To try to avoid pain is to give too many fucks about pain. In contrast, if you're able to not give a fuck about the pain, you become unstoppable. In my life, I've given a fuck about many things. I've also not given a fuck about many things. And like the road not taken, it was the fucks not given that made all the difference. Chances are, you know someone in your life who's, at one time or another, did not give a fuck and went on and accomplished amazing feats. Perhaps there was a time in your own life when you simply did not give a fuck and excelled to some extraordinary height. For myself, quitting my day job in finance and only after only 6 months to start an internet business ranks pretty high up there in my own didn't give a fuck Hall of Fame. Same with deciding to sell most of my possessions and move to South America. Fucks given? None. Just went and did it. Those moments of non-fuckery are the moments that most define our lives. The major switches in careers, the spontaneous choices to drop out of college to join a rock band, the decision to finally dump that deadbeat boyfriend whom you caught wearing your pantyhose a few too many times. To not give a fuck is to stare down life's most terrifying and most difficult challenges and still take action. While not giving a fuck may seem simple on the surface, it's a whole new bag of burritos under the hood. I don't even know what the sentence means, but I don't give a fuck. A bag of burritos sounds awesome, so let's just go with it. Most of us struggle throughout our lives by giving too many fucks in too many situations where fucks do not deserve to be given. We give too many fucks about the rude gas station attendant who gave us our change in nickels. We give too many fucks about a show we liked was cancelled on TV. We give too many fucks when our coworkers didn't bother asking us how awesome our weekend was. Meanwhile, our credit cards are maxed out, our dog hates us, and Junior is snorting meth in the bathroom. Yet, we're getting pissed off about nickels and everybody loves Raymond. Look, this is how it works. You're going to die one day. I know, it's kinda obvious, but I just wanted to remind you in case you'd forgotten. You and everyone you know are going to be dead soon. In the short amount of time to give, very few in fact. and if you Oh, you have a very limited amount of fucks to give. Very few, in fact. And if you go around giving a fuck about everything and everyone without conscious thought or choice, then you are going to get fucked. There's a subtle art of not giving a fuck. And the concept may sound ridiculous, and I may sound like an asshole, but what I'm talking about here is essentially learning how to focus and prioritize your thoughts efficiently. How to pick between what matters to you and what does not matter to you based on finely honed personal values. This is incredibly difficult. It takes a lifetime of practice and discipline to achieve, and you will regularly fail. But it is perhaps the most worthy struggle one can undertake in one's life. It is perhaps the only struggle in one's life. Because you give too many fucks, when you give a fuck about everything and everyone, you will feel that you're perpetually entitled to be... Right, did I skip a page? No. You're perpetually entitled to be comfortable and happy all the time, and that everything's supposed to be just exactly the fucking way you want it to be. This is a sickness, and will eat you alive. You will see adversity as injustice, every challenge as a failure, every inconvenience as a personal slight, every disagreement as a betrayal. You will be confined to your own petty, skull-sized hell, burning with entitlement and bluster, and running circles around your very own feedback loop from hell, in constant motion, yet arriving nowhere. The subtle arts... Wait, let me drink a little bit. I hope I'm not looking... I'm hoping I'm not looking too far down. Let me reset this. I think this is okay. Let me try this again. Sorry about that. The subtle art of not giving a fuck. When most people envision giving no fucks whatsoever, there's so many swear words. It's actually a little difficult because I'm not used to saying this word. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like I emphasize the word too much, but oh well, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Okay, the subtle art of not giving a fuck. When most people envision giving no fucks whatsoever, they imagine a kind of serene indifference to everything, a calm that weathers all storm. They imagine and aspire to be a person who is shaken by nothing and caves in to no one. There's a name for a person who finds no emotion or meaning in anything, a psychopath. Why would you ever want to emulate a psychopath? I have no fucking clue. So what does not giving a fuck mean? Let's look at 3 subtleties that should help clarify the matter. Subtlety number 1. Not giving a fuck does not mean being indifferent. It means being comfortable with being different. Let's be clear. There's absolutely nothing admirable or confident about indifference. People who are indifferent are lame and scared. They are couch potatoes and internet trolls. In fact, indifferent people often attempt to be indifferent because in reality they give way too many fucks. They give a fuck about what everyone thinks of their hair, so they never bother to wash it or comb it. They give a fuck about what everyone thinks about their idea, so they hide behind sarcasm and self-righteous snark. They're afraid to let anyone get close to them, so they imagine themselves as some special, unique snowflake who has a problem that nobody else would ever understand. Indifferent people are afraid of the world and repeating repercussions of their own choices. This is why they don't make This is why they don't make any meaningful choices. They hide in a gray, emotionless pit of their own making, self-absorbed and self-pitying, perpetually distracting themselves from this unfortunate thing demanding their time and energy called life. Because here's a sneaky truth about life. There's no such thing as not giving a fuck. You must give a fuck about something. It's part of our biology to always care about something, and therefore always give a fuck. Oh, that's a that's a good synonym for giving a fuck, caring, I guess. This entire book could be all the swear words in this book could be replaced by caring. Then the question is, what do we give a fuck about? What are we choosing to give a fuck about? And what can we not give a fuck about? What ultimately does not matter? My mother was recently screwed out of a large chunk of money by a close friend of hers. Had I been indifferent, I would have shrugged my shoulders, sipped my mocha, and downloaded another season of The Wire. Sorry, Mom. But instead, I was indignant. I was pissed off. I said, "No, screw that, Mom. We're going to lawyer the fuck up and go after this asshole." Why? Because I don't give a fuck. I'll ruin this guy's life if I have to. This illustrates the first subtlety of not giving a fuck. When we say, "Damn, watch out, Mark Manson just doesn't give a fuck," we don't mean that Mark Manson doesn't care about anything. On the contrary, we mean that Mark Manson doesn't care about the adversity in the face of his goals. He doesn't care about pissing some people off to do what he feels is right or important or noble. We mean that Mark Manson is the type of guy who would write about himself in third person because he thought it'd be the right thing to do. He just doesn't give a fuck. This is what is so admirable. No, not me, dumbass. The overcoming adversity stuff. The willingness to be different, an outcast, a pariah, and all for the sake of one's own values. The willingness to stare failure in the face and shove your middle finger back at it. The people who don't give a fuck about adversity or failure or embarrassing themselves or shitting the bed a few times. The people who just laugh and then do what they believe in anyways. Because they know it's right. They know it's more important than they are. More important than their own feelings and their own pride and their own ego. They say, fuck it. Not to everything in life, but rather everything unimportant in life. They reserve their fucks about what truly matters. Friends, family, purpose, burritos, and and an occasional lawsuit or two. And because of that, they reserve their fucks for only the big things that matter. People giving a fuck about them in return. Because here's another sneaky truth about life. You can't be an important and life-changing presence for some people without also being a joke and embarrassment to others. You just can't. Because there's no such thing as a lack of adversity. It doesn't exist. The old saying that goes, no matter where you go, there you are. I didn't understand that. Well, it's the same truth for adversity and failure. No matter where you go, there's a 500-pound load of shit waiting for you, and that's perfectly fine. The point isn't to get away from the shit. The point is to try to find the shit you enjoy dealing with. Subtlety number 2. Not giving a fuck about adversity. To not give a fuck about adversity, you must first give a fuck about something more important than adversity. Imagine you're at a grocery store and you watch an elderly lady scream at the cashier, berating him for not accepting her 30-cent coupon. Why does this lady give a fuck? It's just 30 cents. I'll tell you why. The lady probably doesn't have anything better to do with her days than to sit at home cutting out coupons. She's old and lonely. Her kids are dickheads and never visit. She never had sex over 30 years. In over 30 years, she can't fart without an extreme lower back pain. Her pension is on its last legs, and she is probably going to die in a diaper thinking she's in Candyland. So, she snips coupons. That's all she got. It's her and her damn coupons. It's all she can give a fuck about because there's nothing else to give a fuck about. And so when that pimpled face 17-year-old cashier refuses to accept one of them, when he defends his cashier's purity the way knights used to defend maidens' virginity, he can bet Granny is going to erupt. 80 years of fucks will rain down all at once, like a fiery hailstorm of back in my day, and people used to show more respect stories. The problem with people who hand out fucks like ice cream at a goddamn summer camp is that they don't have any more fuckworthy. Oh, they don't have anything more fuckworthy to dedicate their fucks to. When you find yourself consistently giving too many fucks about trivial shit that bothers you, your ex-boyfriend's new Facebook picture, how quickly the batteries die in the TV remote, missing out on yet another 1-for-2 sale on hand sanitizer, chances are you don't have much going on in your life to give a legitimate fuck about. And that's your real problem, not the hand sanitizer, not the TV remote. I once heard an artist say that when a person has no problem, the mind automatically finds a way to invent some. I think that's most people. I think what most people, especially educated, pampered, middle-class white people, consider life problems. Really are really just side effects of not having anything more important to worry about. Then it follows that finding something important and meaningful in your life is perhaps the most productive use of your time and energy, because you don't find that meaningful if you don't find anything meaningful, your fucks will be given to meaningless and frivolous causes. Okay, I noticed that I close my eyes when I do read, so I'm gonna try and reset some things. Give me a second. I hope this is better. Does this work? Yeah, okay, I think that works. Subtlety number 3. Whether you realize it or not, you're always choosing what to give a fuck about. Okay, wait. Before we continue, I want to mention something. So we are on page 19, and so far it's been really fun. Oh my god, it's already been an hour. Wow. Oh gosh, this will take 10 plus hours. But you know what? I've decided to finish this book today. I'm not gonna using what we learned, I'm not gonna give a fuck about how long we take or how thirsty I get or how dry my throat gets. I'm gonna just grab a cough candy to prepare in case though. But I feel like this game 10-hour Syphu stream? Yeah. I've never done a stream longer than I think 7 hours before. I've always kind of like crashed out at the 7-hour mark. So we'll see how long this goes. I've never also talked this much. And usually when I talk a lot in a game, let's say it's a visual novel game or like some sort of story game, I always, my throat acts up first. So I'm gonna try to take care of it, but oh well. But I do feel like the book is not meant to be read out loud. I don't know. Maybe it's just me with the swear words. It's always so, I don't know, tongue twisting. A little bit. I get caught up on my own words with that kind of stuff. But oh well, whatever. Subtlety number 3. Whether you realize it or not, you are always choosing choosing what to give a fuck about. People aren't just born giving no fucks. In fact, we're born giving way too many fucks. Ever watch a kid cry his eyes out because his hat is the wrong shade of blue? Exactly. Fuck that kid. When we're young, everything is new and exciting and everything seems to matter so much. Therefore, we give tons of fuck. We give a fuck about everything and everyone and what people are saying about us, and whether that cute boy or cute girl calls us back or not, and whether our socks match or not, or what color our birthday balloon is. As we get older, with benefits of experience and having seen so much time slip by, we begin to notice that most of these things have a little lasting impact on our lives. Those people whose opinions we cared so much about before are no longer present in our lives. Rejections that were painful in the moment have actually worked out for the best. We realize that how little attention people pay to superficial details about us, and we choose not to obsess so much over them. Essentially, we become more selective about the fucks we are willing to give. This is something called maturity. It's nice, you should try it sometime. Maturity is what happens when one learns only to give a fuck about what's truly fuck-worthy. I don't know, this is... Okay, I remember when earlier I said I'm a little bit more cautious about, immediately agreeing with everything this book has to offer? Well, all of a sudden, I feel like it's speaking to me. That's because I remember a very vivid moment in my life, especially when I moved from China to the US. It was when I started college, and everyone and everything seemed to be so exciting, and I was living in a new environment. I didn't know who the people around me were. It was all new. And then I realized I could no longer make friends the way I used to. When I was in high school or earlier, I was the kid who had no enemies. I was friends with everyone. Maybe not like I didn't have any best friends or close friends, but I was friends with everyone. People would always say nice stuff about me, and I was very proud of the fact that I was a people person. And I think to the point where I believed that trait, the fact that everyone liked me, was my entire identity. And when I came to America, I realized that there's many people who are just obnoxious, and I can't ever stomach spending time with them. I was genuinely disappointed in myself. I felt lost. I felt like, why can't I be friends with this person? Why can't I tolerate this person like I was able to in the past? And I blamed it on cultural differences, culture shock. I blamed it on, college is so difficult, I don't have time anymore. I blamed it on a lot of other stuff, but in reality, I realized a few months later, that I just understood who I wanted to spend time with, who I cared about, who I wanted to be friends more. Instead of just everyone, it was specifically these people that I found interesting, these people who I, related to, these people who I shared experiences with. And those other people, well, I'm not ever gonna see them ever again. I'm not gonna ask them for a favor. I'm not gonna care what they say or spend how they think about me. And that was kind of that was a difficult realization. I think it took a lot of effort because I tied my identity to the fact that I made friends easily. And so all of a sudden this passage becomes very, very relevant to me. I feel like this person summed it up really well. Where were we? As Buck Moreland said to his partner, Detective McNulty, in The Wire, which, fuck you, I still downloaded. That's what you get for giving a fuck when it wasn't your turn to give a fuck. Then as we... What? Wait, what just happened? Okay. Oh. Then as we grow older and enter middle age, something else begins to change. Our energy level drops, our identity solidifies, we know who we are, and we accept ourselves. Am I good? I'm good. Is audio coming through? Everything seems good from me. I do feel a little raspy though, so I'm gonna drink a little bit of water. You asked what happened and what went wrong? Oh, I was flipping a page and I got confused at how the narrative, the flow of the passage just changed so dramatically, but it was kind of like a beginning of a new paragraph. Alright, where were we? Then as we grow older and enter middle age, something else begins to change. Our energy level drops, our identity solidifies, we know who we are, and we accept ourselves, including the parts that we aren't thrilled about. And in a strange way, this is liberating. We no longer need to give a fuck about everything. Life just is what it is. We accept it, warts and all. We realize that we're never going to cure cancer or go to the moon or feel Jennifer Aniston's tits. And that's okay. Life goes on. I have no idea who this person is. I feel bad for her name to be dropped here. We now reserve our ever dwindling fucks for the most truly fuck-worthy parts of our lives. Our family, our best friends, our golf swing, and our astonishment. And to our astonishment, this is enough. The simplification of what actually makes us really fucking happy on a consistent basis. And we start to think, maybe that crazy alcoholic Bukowski was onto something. Don't try. She's an actress? So like insert attractive woman here, I guess. So Mark, what the fuck is the point of this book anyways? This book will help you think a little bit more clearly about what you're choosing to find important in life and what you're choosing to find unimportant. I believe that today we're facing a psychological epidemic, one which people no longer realize it's okay to suck sometimes. I know that sounds intellectually lazy on the surface, but I promise you, it's a life or death sort of issue. Because when we believe that it's not okay for things to suck sometimes, give me a second, I lost it. Because when we believe it's not okay for things to suck sometimes, then we unconsciously start to blame ourselves. We start to feel as though something is inherently wrong with us, which drives us to all sort of overcompensation. Like buying 40 pairs of shoes or downing Xanax with a vodka chaser on a Tuesday night or shooting up a school bus full of kids. Ooh, wow. That was dark. This belief that it's not okay to be inadequate sometimes is the source of the growing feedback loop from hell that is coming to dominate our culture. The idea of not giving a fuck is a simple way to reorientate our expectations for life and choosing what is most important and what is not. developing this ability leads to something I like to think of as a practical enlightenment. No, not the airy, fairy, eternal bliss, end of all suffering bullshit kind of enlightenment. On the contrary, I see it as a practical enlightenment, as being comfortable with the idea that some suffering is always inevitable. That no matter what you do, life is full of failures, loss, regrets, and even death. Because once you become comfortable with all the shit that life throws at you, and it will throw a lot of shit, trust me, you become invincible in some sort of low-level spiritual way. After all, the only way to overcome pain is to first learn how to bear it. This book doesn't give a fuck about alleviating your problems or your pain. And that is precisely why you will know it's being honest. This book isn't some sort of guide to greatness. It couldn't be, because greatness is merely an illusion in our own minds, a made-up destination that we oblige ourselves to pursue, our own psychological Atlantis. Instead, this book will turn your pain into a tool, your trauma into power, your problems into slightly better problems. That is real progress. Think of it as a guide to suffering and how to do it better, more meaningfully, with more compassion and more humility. It's a book about moving lightly despite your heavy burdens, resting easier with your greatest fears, laughing at your tears as you cry them. This book will not teach you how to regain or achieve, but rather how to lose and let go. It will teach you how to take an inventory of your life and scrub out all but the most important items. It will teach you to close your eyes and trust that you can fall backwards and still be okay. It will teach you to give fewer fucks. It will teach you to not try. Alright, and that's the end of chapter 1. Okay. Give me a second. Let me go refill my water bottle, and we'll continue chapter 2 after a little bit of discussion, I guess. I'll be right back. Water bottle. Hello, Jenny. What's up? Sorry, I went to grab some water. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day. This is a book I've wanted to read for a long time. So far it's been pretty fun. I'm still getting over the hump of trying to read swear words, and there's just so many. I'm not used to saying them. But yeah, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. We are now on chapter 2. So the first chapter kind of talked a little bit about like the idea of caring less and caring more efficiently, I suppose. I think the last kind of 2 paragraphs about, you know, what to care about, how to care, and this kind of like ultimate goal that you're trying to achieve is in it of itself like the source of anxiety really spoke to me, because a problem I have, not necessarily caring less, but more selective about what you care about. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm more talking about like caring less about things that don't matter. I didn't add that last part. But after self-reflection, I felt like the way I work or my brain works is I think I care too much about like my desires, my goals, my ambitions, and so how I operate as a person. I think I mentioned this a few times, but how I work is like whenever I do anything, it has to be productive. It has to work towards some goal, whether that be, playing a video game. I need to make sure that this game, this 40 minutes that I'm spending helps me improve or helps me get somewhere, or like for example Valorant. I'm slowly learning to play for fun, but playing for fun it isn't something that I do much. Every time I play, it has to be productive. Whenever I play a Swift play, I'm playing a new character because I need to learn how to play a new character. Whenever I play a competitive match, I have to win because I'm improving towards some sort of goal, or I have to practice being better to win more, or when I spend this hour to prepare for stream, I need to make sure that it's the best I can do, and that this hour is meaningful and I'm not gonna mess everything up, stuff like that. And it's been really a big source of kind of anxiety and also anxiousness, because whenever I make a decision about how to spend my time, I end up feeling like I'm wasting too much time on things that won't amount to anything. And that has also led to, feeling like I can never rest. Because even when I'm playing video games, even when I'm supposed to rest, I'm still, like, my brain is at full capacity, trying to learn the most that I can, trying to be the most productive. And this kind of ties into the second point of being serious. Like, I think they're very interconnected, but I think that a lot of the advice recently that I've been getting is I should just take things a little bit less seriously. I should, try to make things fun for myself, enjoy the process instead of having this ultimate goal that I need to achieve. Otherwise, I would feel like a failure. And that's kind of also why I felt so difficult being myself on stream for the first, few months. For the first year? I don't know. I think I did well at the start when I cared less, funnily enough. When I just streamed without a camera, or never streamed. I never streamed with the camera before, but I never had when I didn't have an avatar and I just played League games and talked to whoever came to chat. That was fun. But then as I started to care more, I looked at stuff, I improved, I spent time working on, thumbnails, videos, and stuff, and I ended up feeling a lot more anxious and burnt out, and emotional about the time I'm spending. And so I think this is a good point to reflect on, to write in my journal about or something. Alright, chapter 2. Happiness is a problem. About 2,500 years ago, in the Himalayan foothills of present-day Nepal, there lived in a great palace a king who was about to have a son. For this son, the king had a particularly grand idea. He would make the child's life perfect. The child would never know a moment of suffering. Every need, every desire would be accounted for at all times. The king built high walls around the palace that prevented the prince from knowing the outside world. He spoiled the child, lavished him with food, and gifts, surrounding him with servants who catered to every single one of his whims. And just as planned, the child grew up ignorant of the routine cruelties of human existence. I know where this is going. Yeah, okay. All of the prince's childhood went on like this, but despite the endless luxury and opulence, the prince became a kind of pissed off young man. Soon, every experience felt empty and valueless. The problem was that no matter what his father gave him, it never seemed enough, never meant anything. So one late night, the prince snuck out of the palace to see what is beyond its walls. He had a servant drive him through the local village, and what he saw horrified him. For the first time in his life, the prince saw human suffering. He saw sick people, old people, homeless people, people in pain, even people dying. The prince soon returned to the palace and found himself in a sort of existential crisis. Not knowing how to process what he'd seen, he got all emo about everything and complained a lot. And as is so typical of young man, the prince ended up blaming his father for everything. For the very things his father had tried to do for him. It was the riches, the prince thought, and that had made him so miserable, that had made his life seem so meaningless. He decided to run away. But the prince was more like his father than he knew. He had grand ideas too. He wouldn't just run away. He would give up his royalty, his family, and all his possessions and live on the streets, sleeping in the dirt like an animal. There he would starve himself, torture himself, and beg for scraps for food from strangers for the rest of his life. The next night, the prince snuck out of the palace again, this time never to return. For years he lived as a bum, a discarded and forgotten remnant of society, the dog shit caked at the bottom of the societal totem pole. And as planned, the prince suffered greatly. He suffered through disease, hunger, pain, loneliness, and decay. He confronted the brink of death itself, often limited to eating a single nut each day. A few years went by, then a few more, and then nothing happened. The prince began to notice that his life of suffering wasn't all that it cracked up to be. It wasn't bringing him the insight that he desired. It wasn't revealing any deeper mystery of the world or its ultimate purpose. In fact, the prince came to know what the rest of us have always kind of known, that suffering totally sucks, and it's not necessarily that meaningful either. As with being rich, there's no value in suffering when it is done without purpose. So soon, the prince came to the conclusion that his grand idea, like his father's, was in fact a fucking terrible idea, and he should probably go do something else instead. Totally confused, the prince cleaned himself up and went to find a big tree near a river. He decided he would sit under the tree and not get up until he came up with another grand idea. As legend goes, the confused prince sat under this tree for 49 days. We won't delve into the biological viability of sitting in the same spot for 49 days, but let's just say that in that time, the prince came up with a number of profound realizations. One of those realizations is that life itself is a form of suffering. The rich suffer because of their riches, the poor suffer because of their poverty. People without a family suffer because they have no family. People with a family suffer because of their family. People who pursue worldly pleasures suffer because of their worldly pleasures. People who abstain from worldly pleasures suffer because of their abstination. This isn't to say that all suffering is equal. Some suffering is certainly more painful than other suffering, but we all suffer nonetheless. Years later, the prince would build his own philosophy and share it with the world, and this would be the first central tenet, that pain and loss is inevitable, and we should let go of trying to resist them. The prince would later become known as the Buddha, and in case you haven't heard of him, he's kind of a big deal. There is a premise that underlies a lot of our assumptions and beliefs. The premise is that happiness is algorithmic, that it can be worked out and earned and achieved as if we were getting accepted into law school or building a really complicated Lego set. If I achieve X, then I can be happy. If I look like Y, then I can be happy. If I can be with a person like Z, then I can be happy. This premise, though, is the problem. Happiness is not a solvable equation. Dissatisfaction and unease are inherent parts of human nature and, as we'll see, necessary components to creating consistent happiness. The Buddha argued this from a theological and philosophical perspective. I will make the same argument in this chapter, but I will make it from a biological perspective and with pandas. Oh, interesting. Give me a second. The Misadventures of Disappointment Panda. If I could invent a superhero, I'd invent one called Disappointment Panda. He would wear a cheesy eye mask and a shirt with a giant capital T on it. That's way too small for his panda belly. His superpower would be to tell people harsh truths about themselves and that they need to hear but didn't want to accept. He would go door to door like a Bible salesman and ring doorbells and say some things like, "Sure, make lots of money and making lots of money makes you feel good, but it won't make your kids love you." or you have to ask yourself, or if you have to ask yourself if you trust your wife, then you probably don't. Or what you consider friendship is really just your constant attempt to impress people. Then he'd tell the homeowner to have a nice day and saunter on to the next, down to the next house. It would be awesome and sick and sad and uplifting and necessary. After all, the great truths in life are usually the most unpleasant to hear. Disappointment Panda. I wonder what Disappointment Panda would say to me. Disappointment Panda would be the hero that none of us would want, but all of us would need. He would be proverbial vegetables to our mental diet of junk food. He'd make us stronger by tearing us down, brighten our futures by showing us the darkness. Listening to him would be like watching a movie where the hero dies in the end. You love it even more despite making you feel horrible. because it feels real. So, while we're here, allow me to put on my disappointment panda mask and drop another unpleasant truth on you. We suffer for the simple reason that suffering is biologically useful. It's nature's preferred agent for inspiring change. We have evolved to always live with a certain degree of dissatisfaction and insecurity, because it's the mildly dissatisfied and insecure creatures that's going to do the most work to innovate and survive. We are wired to become dissatisfied with whatever we have and satisfied by only what we do not have. This constant dissatisfaction has kept our species fighting and thriving, building and conquering. So, no, our own pain and misery aren't a bug of human evolution, they are a feature. Pain in all its forms is our body's most effective means to spur action. Take something as simple as stubbing your toe. If you're like me, when you stub your toe, you scream enough 4-letter words to make Pope Francis cry. You probably also blame some poor inanimate object for your suffering. Stupid table, you say. Or maybe you go as far as to question your entire interior design philosophy based on your throbbing foot. What kind of idiot puts a table there anyways? Seriously. But I digress. That horrible stub toe inducing pain, the one that you and I and the people hate, the Pope hates so much, exists for an important reason. Physical pain is a product of our nervous system, a feedback mechanism to give us a sense of our own physical proportions, whether we can or cannot move, and what we can and cannot touch. When we exceed those limitations, our nervous system duly punishes us to make sure that we pay attention and never do it again. And this pain, as much as we hate it, is useful. Pain is what teaches us to pay attention when we're young or careless. It helps show us what is good for us versus what is bad for us. It helps us understand that we adhere to our own limitations. It teaches us not to fuck around near hot stoves or stick metal objects into electrical sockets. Therefore, it's not always beneficial to avoid pain or seek pleasure, since pain can at times be life or death important to our well-being. But pain is not merely physical. Anyone who has sit through the first Star Wars prequel can tell you, we humans are capable of experience acute psychological pain as well. In fact, research has found that our brain don't register much difference between physical and psychological pain. So when I tell you that my first girlfriend cheated on me and leaving me felt like having an ice pick slowly inserted to the center of my heart, it's because, well, it hurted so much, I might as well have had an ice pick slowly inserted to the center of my heart. Like physical pain, our psychological pain is an indication of something out of equilibrium, some limitation that has been exceeded. And like our physical pain, our psychological pain is not always necessarily bad or even undesirable. Some cases, experiencing emotional or physical, psychological pain can be healthy and necessary. Just like stubbing our toe teaches us to walk into fewer tables, the emotional pain of rejection or failure teaches us how to avoid making the same mistakes in the future. And this is what's so dangerous about a society that coddles itself more and more from the inevitable discomforts of life. We lose the benefits of experiencing healthy doses of pain, a loss that disconnects us from the reality of the worlds around us. You may have salivated at the thought of problem-free life full of everlasting happiness and eternal compassion, but back here on Earth, the problems never cease. Seriously, the problems don't end. Disappointment Panda just dropped by. We had margaritas. And he told me about it. Problems never fucking go away, he said. They just improve. Warren Buffett. Is that how you say his name? Warren Buffett's got money problems. The drunk hobo down at the Kiwick E-Mart's got money problems. Buffet's just got better money problems than the hobo. All of life is like this. Life is essentially an endless series of problems, Mark, the panda told me. He slipped his drink and adjusted the little pink umbrella. The solution to one problem is merely the creation of the next one. A moment passed, and I wondered where the fuck the panda came from, and while we're at it, who made these margaritas? Don't hope for a life without problems, the panda said. There's no such thing. Instead, hope for a life full of good problems. And with that, he set his glasses down and adjusted his sombrero and sauntered off into the sunset. Oh, right. I was thinking the moment when I read about, this is so dangerous about a society that coddles itself more and more with inevitable discomforts of life, we lose the benefits of experiencing healthy doses of pain, and loss that disconnects us from the reality of the world around us. I think this is true, at least for now. I'm thinking about it in a very economic focused mindset. Just because recently I've been reading more about it. I think people are so... how should I say this? I'm not trying to discredit any financial sufferings, but us as a society has just been so, avoidant of financial recession because, we need to print more money. We need to make sure that, the economy is always good. The numbers only go up. And that just makes things harder when we eventually fall, when the bubble eventually bursts. And so, let's say the iPhone, right? Eventually, Apple will cease to exist. But we're just so, we just don't want that to happen because it's inconvenient, right? We might not be financially incentivized or financially connected to the downfall of Apple if it does happen because you don't have stocks or you don't use Apple products or anything like that. But when it eventually does, it inconveniences us. And so, we just hope that it doesn't happen. And that's the same with how monopolies function. We just don't really care about things until it eventually comes back to bite us. I don't know where I'm going with that, but that was what I was thinking when I read that. Happiness comes from solving problems. Problems are constant in life. When you solve your health problem by buying a gym membership, you create new problems, like having to get up early to go to the gym on time, sweating like a meth head for 30 minutes on an elliptical, then getting showered and changed for work, so you don't stink up the whole office. When you solve your problem of not spending enough time with your partner by designing Wednesday night date nights, you generate new problems, such as figuring out what to do every Wednesday so that you both won't hate it. Making sure that you have enough money for nice dinners, rediscovering the chemistry that sparked you to fall in love, that feeling that you've lost, and unraveling the logistics of fucking in a small bathtub filled with too many bubbles. Problems never stop. They merely get exchanged or upgraded. Happiness comes from solving problems. The key word here is solving. If you avoid your problems or feel like you don't have any problems, then you're going to make yourself miserable. If you feel like having problems that you can't solve, you likewise make yourself miserable. The secret sauce is always in the solving of the problems. not the having problems in the first place. To be happy, we need something to solve. Happiness, therefore, is a form of action. It's an activity, not something that is passively bestowed upon you. Not something that you magically discover in a top 10 article on the Huffington Post or anything from a specific guru or teacher. It doesn't magically appear when you finally make enough money to add on that extra room to the house. You don't find it waiting for you in a place, an idea, a job, or even a book for that matter. Happiness is a constant work in progress, because solving problems is a constant work in progress. The solutions to today's problems will lay the foundation for tomorrow's problems, and so on. True happiness occurs only when you find the problems you enjoy having and enjoy solving. Sometimes those problems are simplistic: eating good food, traveling to new places, winning at the new video game you just bought. Other times, those problems are abstract and complicated: fixing your relationship with your mother, finding a career you can feel good about, developing your better friendships. Whatever your problems are, the concept is the same. Solving problems, solve problems, be happy. Unfortunately, for many people, life just doesn't feel that simple. That's because they fuck things up in at least one of two ways. Number 1, denial. Some people deny they have problems exist in the first place, and because of their denial, and because they deny reality, they must constantly delude or distract themselves from reality. This makes themselves feel good in the short term, but it leads to a life of insecurity, neuroticism, emotional repression. And number 2, victim mentality. Some choose to believe that there is nothing they can do to solve their problem, or even when they in fact could. Victims seek to blame others for their problems or blame outside circumstances. This may make them feel better in the short term, but it also leads to a life of anger, helplessness, and despair. People deny and blame others for their problems for the simple reason that it's easy and it feels good, while solving problems is hard and often feels bad. Where did I get to? Forms of blame and denial gives us a quick high. They're a way to temporarily escape our problems, and that escape can provide us a quick rush that makes us feel better. Highs come in many forms, whether it's a substance like alcohol, the moral righteousness that comes from blaming others, or the thrill of some new risky adventure. Highs are shallow and unproductive ways to go about one's life. Much of the self-help world is predicated on peddling highs to people rather than solving legitimate problems. Many self-help gurus teach you new forms of denial and pump you up with exercises that feel good in the short term while ignoring the underlying issue. Remember, no one who is actually happy has to stand in front of a mirror to tell himself that he is happy. Highs also generate addiction. The more you rely on them to feel better about your underlying problems, the more you seek them out. In this case, anything can be addictive, depending on the motivation behind using it. We have chosen our method to numb the pain of our problems, and in moderate doses, there is nothing wrong with this. But the longer we avoid, the longer we're numb, the more painful it will be when we finally do confront our ideas, our issues. Emotions are overrated. Emotions evolved for one specific purpose: to help us live and reproduce a little better. That's it. There are feedback mechanisms telling us that something is either likely right or wrong for us, nothing more and nothing less. Much as the pain of touching a hot stove teaches you not to touch it again, the sadness of being alone teaches you not to do the things that make you feel so alone again. Emotions are simply biological signals designed to nudge you in the direction of beneficial change. Look, make light of your midlife crisis or the fact that your drunk dad stole your bike when you were 8 years old and you still haven't gotten over it. But when it comes down to it, if you feel crappy because it's your brain telling you that there's a problem that's unaddressed or unresolved. In other words, negative emotions are a call to action. When you feel them, it's because you're supposed to do something. Positive emotions, on the other hand, are rewards for taking proper action. When you feel them, life seems simple and there is nothing else to do but enjoy it. Then, like everything else, the positive emotion goes away because more problems inevitably emerge. Emotions are part of the equation of our lives, but not the entire equation. Just because something feels good doesn't mean it is good. Just because something feels bad doesn't mean it is bad. Emotions are merely signposts, suggestions that our neurobiology gives us, not commandments. Therefore, we shouldn't always trust our own emotions. In fact, I believe we should make a habit of questioning them. Many people are taught to repress their emotions for various social, personal, or cultural reasons, particularly negative emotions. Sadly, to deny one's negative emotion is to deny many of the feedback mechanisms that help a person solve problems. As a result, many of these repressed individuals struggle to deal with the problem throughout their lives. And that if they can't solve their problems, then they can't be happy. Remember, pain serves a purpose. But then, there are also people who over-identify with their emotions. Everything is justified for no other reason than they felt it. Oh, I broke your windshield, but I was really mad. I couldn't help it. Or, I dropped out of school and moved to Alaska because it felt right. The decisions based on emotional intuition, without the aid of reason to keep it in line, pretty much always sucks. You know who base their entire lives on their emotions? 3-year-old kids and dogs. You know what else 3-year-old kids and dogs do? Shit on their carpet. An obsession and overinvestment in emotion fails us for the simple reason that emotions never last. Whatever makes us happy today will no longer make us happy tomorrow because our biology always needs something more. A fixation on happiness inevitably amounts to a never-ending pursuit of something else. A new house, a new relationship, another child, another pay rise. And despite all our sweat and strain, we end up feeling eerily similar to how we started, inadequate. Psychologists sometimes refer to this concept as the hedonic treadmill, the idea that we're always working hard to change our life situation, but we never actually feel very different. That is why our problems are recursive and unavoidable. The person you marry is the person you fight with. The house you buy is the house you repair. The dream job you take is the job you stress over. Everything comes with an inherent sacrifice. Whatever makes us feel good will also eventually inevitably make us feel bad. What we gain is also what we lose. What creates our positive experiences will define our negative experiences. It is a difficult pill to swallow. We like the idea that there is some form of ultimate happiness that can be attained. We like the idea that we can alleviate all of our suffering permanently. We like the idea that we can feel fulfilled and satisfied with our lives forever. But we cannot. Choose your struggles. If I asked you, what do you want out of life? And you say something like, I want to be happy, or have a great family, and a job I like, your response is so common and expected that it doesn't really mean anything. Everybody wants to feel good. Everybody wants to live a carefree, happy, and easy life. Everyone wants and have amazing sex and relationships, to look perfect and make money and be popular and well respected and admired and a total baller, and to the point that people part like the Red Sea when they walk into the room. Everybody wants that. It's so easy to want that. A more interesting question is a question that most people never consider is, what pain do you want in your life? What are you willing to struggle for? Because that seems to be a greater determinant of how our lives will turn out. For example, most people want to get a corner office and make a boatload of money, but not many people want to suffer through the 60-hour work weeks, long commutes, obnoxious paperworks, and arbitrary corporate hierarchies to escape the confines of an infinite cubicle hell. Most people want to have great sex and an awesome relationship, but not everyone is willing to go through the tough conversations, the awkward silences, the hurt feelings, and the emotional psychodrama to get there. And so they settle. They settle and wonder, what if? For years and years, until the question morphs from what if into what else? When the lawyers go home and the alimony check is in the mail, they say what for? Not for the lowered standards and expectations 20 years prior, then what for? Because happiness requires a struggle. It grows from problems. A joy doesn't sprout out of the ground like daisies and rainbows. Real, serious, lifelong fulfillment and meaning have to be earned through the choosing and managing of our struggles. Whether you suffer from anxiety or loneliness or obsessive compulsive disorder, or a dickhead boss who ruins half your waking hours every single day, the solution lies in the acceptance and active engagement of the negative experience, not the avoidance of it, not the salvation from it. People want amazing physique, but you don't end up with one unless you legitimately experience and appreciate the pain and physical stress that comes from living inside a gym for an hours upon hour. Unless you love calculating and calibrating the food you eat, planning your life out in tiny plate-sized portions. Everyone wants to start their own business, but you don't end up being a successful entrepreneur unless you find ways to appreciate the risk, the uncertainty, the repeated failures, the insane hours that devoted to something that may earn absolutely nothing. People want a partner, a spouse, but you don't end up attracting someone amazing without appreciating the emotional turbulence that comes from weathering rejection, building up sexual tension that never releases, and staring blankly at a phone that never rings. It's part of the game of love. You can't win if you don't play. What determines your success isn't what do you want to enjoy. The relevant question is, what pain do you want to sustain? The path to happiness is a path full of shit heaps and shame. You have to choose something. You can't have a pain-free life. It can't be roses and unicorns all the time. Pleasure is an easy question, and pretty much all of us have a similar answer. The more interesting question is the pain. What is the pain that you want to sustain? That is the hard question that matters. The question that will actually get you somewhere. The question that can change a perspective, a life. It makes me and you. It is what defines us and separates us and ultimately brings us together. For most of my adolescence and young adulthood, I fantasized about being a musician, a rock star in particular. Any badass guitar song I heard, I would always close my eyes and envision myself up on the stage, playing it to the screams of crowd of people absolutely losing their minds to my sweet finger noodling glory. This fantasy could keep me occupied for hours on end. For me, it was never a question of if, I'd ever be playing in front of the crowd. But when? I had it all planned out. I was simply biding my time before I could invest a proper amount of energy and effort into getting out there and making my mark. First, I needed to finish school. Then I need to make some extra money to buy gear. Then I need to find enough free time to practice. Then I had to network and plan my first project. And then nothing. Despite my fantasizing about this over half my lifetime, the reality never came to fruition. And it took me a long time and a long struggle to finally figure out why. I didn't actually want it. I was in love with the result, the image of me on the stage, people cheering, me rocking out, pouring my heart into what I was playing, but I was in love with the process, and because of that, I failed at it, repeatedly. Hell, I didn't even try hard enough to fail at it. I hardly tried at all. The daily drudgery of practicing, the logistics of finding a group and rehearsing, the pain of finding gigs and actually getting people to show up and giving a shit, the broken strings, the blown up tube amp, the hauling 40 pounds of gear to and from rehearsal with no car. It's a mountain of a dream and a mile-high climb up to the top. And what it took me a long time to discover is that I didn't like to climb much. I just liked to imagine the summit. The common cultural narratives would tell me that I somehow failed myself, that I am a quitter or a loser, that I just didn't have it, that I gave up on my dream, and that maybe I let myself succumb to the pressures of society. But the truth is far less interesting than any of these explanations. The truth is, I thought I wanted something, but it turns out I didn't. End of story. I wanted the reward and not the struggle. I wanted the results, but not the process. I was in love, not with the fights, but only the victory. And life does not work that way. Who you are is defined by what you are willing to struggle for. People who enjoy the struggle of a gym are the ones who run triathlons and have a chiseled ab and can bench press a small house. People who enjoy long work weeks and the politics of corporate ladder are the ones who fly to the top of it. People who enjoy the stress and the uncertainty of a starving artist lifestyle are ultimately the ones who live it and make it. This is not about willpower or grit. This is not about admonishment of no pain, no gain. This is the most simple and basic component of life. Our struggles determine our success. Our problems birth our happiness, along with slightly better, slightly upgraded problems. See? It's a never-ending upward spiral, and when you think you're at any point you're allowed to stop climbing, I'm afraid you're missing the point, because the joy is the climb itself. And that is the end of chapter 2. Alright, we're on a pretty good pace, and a chapter an hour. I thought we'd go a little bit faster, but oh well, whatever. I feel like I squint my eyes a lot when I read. I don't really know why, but I think I'm still I'm still not really getting my head around the idea that, or I understand what the author is saying, but I don't really understand the part where, you know, like not giving a fuck is different from indifference. I think I still need to maybe reread that section and understand it a bit more after I finish the book. Alright, chapter 3. You are not special. I once knew a guy, we'll call him Jimmy. Jimmy always had various business ventures going. On any given day, if you ask him what he was doing, he'd rattle off the name of some firm he was consulting with, or he'd describe a promising medical app he was looking for angel investors to fund, or he talked about some charity events he was supposed to be the keynote speaker for. or how he had an idea for a more efficient type of gas pump that was going to make him billions. The guy was always rolling on, and if you gave him an inch of conversation daylight, he'll pulverize you about how the world spinning his work was, how brilliant his latest ideas were, and he name dropped so much it felt like you were talking to a tabloid reporter. Jimmy was all positivity all the time, always pushing himself, always working an angle, a real go-getter, whatever the fuck that means. The catch was that Jimmy was also a total deadbeat. All talk, no walk, stoned majority of the time, spent most of the money in bars and fine restaurants as he did on his business ideas. Jimmy was a professional leech, living off of his family's hard-won money by spending them as well as everybody in the city on the false ideas of future tech glory. Sure, sometimes he put some token effort, or pick up the phone and cold call some bigwig and name drop until he ran out of names, but nothing actually ever happened. None of these ventures ever blossomed into anything. Yet this guy kept this up for years, living off girlfriends and more distant relatives well into his late 20s. And the most screwed up part is that Jimmy felt good about it. He had a delusional level of self-confidence. People who laughed at him or hung up on him were, in his mind, missing the opportunity of their lives. People who called him out on his bogus business ideas were too ignorant or too inexperienced to understand his genius. People who pointed out his deadbeat lifestyle were jealous. They were haters who envied his success. Jimmy did make some money, although it was usually through the sketchiest of means, like selling another person's business idea as his own, finagling a loan from someone, or worse, talking someone into giving him equity in their startup. He actually occasionally talked people into paying him to do some public speaking. About what, I can't imagine. The worst part is Jimmy believed his own bullshit. His delusion was so bulletproof that it was honestly hard to get mad at him. It was kind of amazing. Sometime in the 1960s, developing high self-esteem, having positive thoughts and feelings about oneself became all the rage in psychology. Research found that people who thought highly of themselves generally performed better and caused fewer problems. Many researchers and policymakers at the time came to believe that raising a population's self-esteem could lead to some tangible social benefits: lower crime, better academic records, better employment, lower budgets. As a result, the beginning of next decade, the 1970s, self-esteem practices began to be taught to parents, emphasized by therapists, politicians, and teachers, and institutionalized into educational policy. Grade inflation, for example, was implemented to make lower achieving kids feel better about the lack of achievement. Participation awards and bogus trophies were invented for any number of mundane and expected activities. Kids were given inane homework assignments, like writing down all the reasons why they thought they were special or the 5 things they liked the most about themselves. Pastors and ministers told their congregations that they were each uniquely special in God's eyes and were destined to excel and not be average. Businesses and motivational seminars cropped up chanting the same paradoxical mantra: every single one of us can be exceptional and massively successful. But it's a generation later and the data is in. We are not all exceptional. It turns out that merely feeling good about yourself doesn't really mean anything unless you have a good reason to feel good about yourself. It turns out that adversity and failure are actually useful in the necessary and even necessary for developing strong-minded and successful adults. It turns out that teaching people to believe they're exceptional and to feel good about themselves no matter what doesn't lead to a population full of Bill Gates and Martin Luther Kings. It leads to a population full of Jimmys. 1 second. Some water. Okay. Where were we? Ah. It leads the population full of Jimmys. Jimmy, the delusional startup founder. Jimmy, who smoked pot every single day and had no real marketable skills, other than talking himself up and believing in it. Jimmy, the type of guy who yelled at his business partner for being immature, then maxing out the company credit card at Le Bernardin, trying to impress some Russian model. Jimmy, who was quickly running out of aunts and uncles who could loan him more money. Yes, that confidence. High self-esteem Jimmy. The Jimmy who spent so much time talking about how good he was that he forgot to, actually do something. The problem with self-esteem movement is that it measures self-esteem by how positively people felt about themselves. But a true, accurate measurement of one's self-worth is how people felt about the negative aspects of themselves. If a person like Jimmy felt absolutely fucking great 99.9% of the time, despite his life falling apart around him, then how can that be a valid metric of successful and happy life? Jimmy is entitled. That is, he feels as though he deserves good things without actually earning them. He believes that he should be rich without actually working for it. He believes that he should be liked and well connected without actually helping out anyone. He believes he should have an amazing lifestyle without actually sacrificing anything. People like Jimmy are so fixated on the feeling good about themselves that they manage to delude themselves into believing they are actually accomplishing great things even when they are not. They believe they are the brilliant presenters on stage when actually they're making a fool of themselves. They believe they're a successful startup founder when in fact they never had a successful venture. They call themselves life coaches and charge money to help others even though they're only 25 years old and haven't actually accomplished anything substantial in their life. Entitled people exude a delusional degree of self-confidence. This confidence can be alluring to others, at least for a little while. In some cases, the entitled person's delusional level of confidence can be contagious and help people around the entitled person feel more confident in themselves too. Despite all of Jimmy's shenanigans, I have to admit, it was fun hanging out with him sometimes. You felt indestructible around him. But the problem with entitlement is that it makes people need to feel good about themselves all the time, at the expense of those around them. And because entitled people always need to feel good about themselves, they end up spending most of their time thinking about themselves. After all, it's a lot of energy and work to convince yourself that your shit doesn't stink, especially when you've been living on a toilet. Once people have developed a thought pattern to constantly construe what happens around them as I don't know this word. Aggrandizing? It's extremely hard to break them out of it. An attempt to reason with them is seen as simply another threat to their superiority by another person who can't handle how smart, talented, good-looking, successful they are. Entitlement is closed in upon itself as a kind of narcissistic bubble, distorting anything and everything in such a way as to reinforce itself. People who feel entitled view every occurrence in their life as a sort of either affirmation or threat to their own greatness. If something happens to them, it's because of some amazing feat they accomplished. If something bad happens to them, it's because somebody is jealous and trying to bring them down a notch. Entitlement is impervious. People who are entitled delude themselves to whatever feeds their sense of superiority. They keep their mental facade standing at all costs, even if it is sometimes required by being physically or emotionally abusive to those around them. But entitlement is a failed strategy. It's just another high. It's not a happiness. 1 second. Let me do this. Oh. Okay, I moved it closer, so hopefully, hopefully my eyes aren't always closed. Yeah, I think it's a little better. Where are we? Where are we? But entitlement is a failure. Just another high. It's not happiness. Hello, Quan. Welcome. It's story time. Yeah. We're reading through The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, and we are chapter 3 in. Kind of just getting into the meat of stuff. Yeah. It's a book I've been trying to read for a very long time, and I've always like picked it up and put it down, and so today's kind of like a keeping myself accountable day, I suppose. I thought it'd be fun if you put it on in the background, or if you're interested in this book, just to hear what like the tidbits of what's inside. I think it'd be interesting. But yeah. Yay. Yeah. Alright. Where are we? But entitlement is a failed strategy. Just another high. It's not happiness. The true measure of one's self-worth is not how a person feels about her positive experiences, but rather how she feels about her negative experiences. A person like Jimmy hides from his problems by making up imaginary successes for himself at every single turn. And that because he can't face his problems, no matter how good he feels about himself, he is weak. A person who is actually a person who actually has a high self-worth is able to look at the negative parts of his character frankly. Yes, sometimes I am irresponsible with money. Yes, I exaggerate my own successes. Yes, I rely too much on others to support me and should be more self-reliant. And then acts to improve on them. But entitled people, because they are incapable of acknowledging their own problems openly and honestly, are incapable of improving their lives in any lasting or meaningful way. They're left chasing high after high and accumulating greater levels of denial. But eventually, reality must hit, and the underlying problem will once again make themselves clear. It's just a question of when, and how painful will it be. Things falling apart. I sat in my 9 a.m. biology class, arm cradling in my head on my desk as I stared at the clock's second hand, making laps. Each tick syncopated with the teachers droning on about chromosomes and mitosis, like most 13-year-olds stuck in a stuffy fluorescent classroom. I was bored. A knock came on the door. Mr. Price, the school's assistant principal, stuck his head in. Excuse me to interrupt. Excuse me for interrupting. Mark, can you step outside with me for a second? Oh, and bring your things with you. Strange, I thought. Kids get sent to the principal, but the principal rarely gets sent to them. I gathered my things and stepped out. The hallway was empty. Hundreds of beige lockers converged on the horizon. Mark, can you take me to your locker, please? Sure, I say, and I slugged myself down the hall. Baggy jeans and mopped hair with an oversized Panthera t-shirt and all. We went to my locker. Open it, please. Mr. Price says so. So I do. He steps in front of me and gathers my coat, my gym, my bag, my backpack, and all of the locker's contents, minus a few notebooks and pencils. He starts walking away. Come with me, please, he says without looking back. I start to get an uneasy feeling. I follow him to his office, where he asks me to sit down, closes the door, and locks it. He goes over the window and adjusts the blind to block the view from the outside. My palms begin to sweat. This is not a normal principal visit. Mr. Price sits down and quietly rummages through my things, checking pockets, unzips zippers, shaking out my gym clothes, and places them on the floor. Without looking up at me, Mr. Price asks, "Do you know what I'm looking for, Mark?" "No," I say. "Drugs." The word shook me into nervous attention. Drugs? What kind of drugs? He looks at me sternly. "I don't know." "What kind do you have?" He opens one of my binders and checks a small pocket meant for pens. My sweat blossoms like fungal growth. It spreads from my palms to my arms and now my neck. My temples pulsate as blood floods my brain and face. Like most 13-year-olds freshly accused of possessing narcotics and bring them to school, I wanted to run away and hide. "I don't know what you're on about," I protested. The words sounded far meeker than I thought. Than I'd like. I feel as though I should be sounding more confident in myself right now. Or maybe not. Maybe I should be scared. Do liars sound more scared or confident? Because however they sound, I wanted to sound the opposite. Instead, my lack of confidence compounds. Unconfidence about my sounding unconfident making me unconfident. Making me more unconfident. That fucking feedback loop from hell. "We'll see about that," he says, turning his attention to my backpack, which seemed to have 100 pockets. Each is loaded with its own silly teen desiderata, colored pens, old notebooks passed in class, early 90s CDs with cracked cases, dried up markers, an old sketch pad with half its pages missing. Dust and lint and crap accumulated during the maddening circuitous middle school existence. My sweat must be pumping at the speed of light, because time extends itself and dilates as such that what is merely seconds on the 9 a.m. second period biology clock now feel like Paleolithic eons, and that I'm growing up and dying every minute. Just me and Mr. Price and my bottomless backpack. Somewhere around the Methodistic age, Mr. Price finishes searching the backpack, having found nothing. Seems flustered. He turns the pack upside down and lets all my crap crash onto his office floor. He's now sweating profusely as I am. Except in the place of my terror, there is his anger. "No drugs today, eh?" He tries to sound casual. "Nope, so do I." He spreads my stuff out, separating each item and coagulating them into little piles besides my gym gear. My coat is now my backpack. My coat and backpack now lie empty and lifeless on his lap. He sighs and stares at a wall. Like most 13-year-olds locked in an office with a man angrily throwing their shit all over the floor, I wanted to cry. Mr. Price sends all the contents organized on the floor. Nothing illicit or illegal. No narcotics. Not even anything against school policy. He sighs and throws the coat and backpack on the floor too. He bends over and puts his elbow on his knees, making his face level with mine. "Mark, I'm going to give you one last chance to be honest with me. If you're honest, this will turn out much better for you. If it turns out you're lying, then it's going to be much worse." As if on cue, I gulped. "Now tell me the truth. Did you bring drugs to school today?" Fighting back tears, screams crawling at my throat, I stare at my tormentor in the face with a pleading voice, dying to be revealed of his adolescent horrors. I say, "No, I do not have any drugs. I have no idea what you're talking about." "Okay," he says, signaling surrender. "I guess you can collect your things and go." He takes one last longing gaze at my deflated backpack, lying like a broken promise there on his office floor. He casually puts one foot down on the pack, stomping lightly, a last-ditch effort. I anxiously wait for him to get up and leave so I can get on with my life and forget this whole nightmare. But his foot stomps on something. "What is this?" he asks, tapping with his foot. "What is what?" I say. "There's still something in here." He picks up the bag and starts to feel around the bottom. For me, the room gets fuzzy. Everything gets wobbly. When I was young, I was smart. I was friendly. But I was also a shithead. I mean that in the most loving way possible. I was a rebellious, lying little shithead, angry and full of resentment. When I was 12, I hacked my house's security system with refrigerator magnets so I can sneak out undetected in the middle of the night. My friend and I would put his mom's car in neutral and push it onto the street so we can drive it around without waking her up. I would write papers about abortion because I knew my English teacher was a hardcore conservative Christian. Another friend and I stole cigarettes from his mom and sold them to kids out behind the school. And I also cut a secret compartment to the bottom of my backpack to hide my marijuana. That was the same hidden compartment Mr. Price found after stepping on the drugs I was hiding. I had been lying, and as promised, Mr. Price didn't go easy on me. A few hours later, like most 13-year-olds handcuffed at the back of a police car, I thought my life was over. And I was kind of right. In a way, my parents quarantined me at home. I had no friends for the foreseeable future. Having been expelled from school, I was to be homeschooled for the rest of the year. My mom made me get a haircut and threw away all my Marilyn Manson and Metallica shirts, which for an adolescent in 1998 was tantamount to being sentenced to death by lameness. My dad dragged me to his office with him in the mornings and made me file papers for hours on end. Once homeschooling was over, I enrolled in a small private Christian school where, and this may not surprise you, I didn't exactly fit in. And just as when I finally cleaned up my act and turned in my assignments and learned the value of good clerical responsibility, my parents decided to get divorced. I tell you all of this only to point out that my adolescence sucked donkey balls. I lost all my friends, my community, my legal rights, and my family within the span of about 9 months. My therapist in my 20s would later call this some real traumatic shit, and I would spend the next decade and change working on unraveling it, becoming less of a self-absorbent, entitled little prick. The problem with my home life back then was not all of the horrible things that were said or done. Rather, it was all the horrible things that needed to be said or done but weren't. My family stonewalls, the way Warren Buffett makes money, or Jenna Jameson Fox, were champions at it. The house could have been burning down around us, and it would have been met with a, "Oh no, everything's fine. A tad bit warm in here perhaps, but really, everything's fine." When my parents got divorced, there were no broken dishes, no slamming doors, no screaming arguments about who fucked whom. Once they had reassured me, my brother and me, it wasn't our fault, we had a Q&A session. Yes, you read that right. About the logistics of new living arrangements. Not a single tear was shed. Not a voice was raised. The closest peek my brother and I got into our parents' unraveling emotional lives were hearing, "Nobody cheated on anybody." Oh, that's nice. It's a little warm in the room, but really, everything is fine. My parents are good people. I don't blame them for any of this, not anymore at least. And I love them very, very much. They have their own stories and their own journey and their own problems, just as all parents do. And that, just as all their parents do, and so on. Like all parents, my parents with the best of intentions, imparted some of their problems to me, as I will probably do with my kids. When real traumatic shit like this happens in our lives, we begin to unconsciously feel as though we have problems that we're incapable of ever solving. And this assumed inability to solve our problems causes us to feel miserable and helpless. But it also causes something else to happen. As if we have problems that are unsolvable, our unconscious figures that we're either uniquely special or uniquely deficient in some sort of way. And that somehow, unlike everyone else, that rules must be different for us. To put simply, we become entitled. The pain from my adolescence led me down a road of entitlement that lasted through much of my early adulthood, whereas Jimmy's entitlement played out in the business world, where he pretended to be a huge success. My entitlement played out in my relationships, particularly with women. My trauma has been revolving around intimacy and acceptance, so I felt a constant need to overcompensate to prove myself that I was loved and accepted at all times. As a result, I soon took to chasing women the same way a cocaine addict takes to a snowman made out of cocaine. I made sweet love to it, then promptly suffocated myself to it. I became a player, an immature, selfish, albeit sometimes charming player. And I strung up on a long series of superficial and unhealthy relationships for the better part of a decade. It wasn't so much the sex I was craving. Although sex was fun, it was the validation. I was wanted. I was loved. I was, for the first time I could remember, I was worthy. My craving for validation quickly fed into a mental habit of self-aggrandizing and overindulgence. I felt entitled to say or do whatever I pleased, to break people's trust, to ignore people's feelings, and then to justify it later with shitty, half-assed apologies. Interesting. I feel like this is a very this is a very honest self-reflection. It's very interesting. I need to move this again. I'm just gonna do this. While this period certainly had its moments, okay, we're good. When this period certainly had its moments of fun and excitement, I met some of the most wonderful women. My life was more or less a wreck the whole time. I was often unemployed, living on friends' couches or with my mom, drinking way more than I should have been, alienating a number of friends, and when I did meet a woman I really liked, my self-absorption quickly torpedoed everything. Hello! Yeah, I've read this book. Ooh. What do you think? What do you think? Let me see. I'm about halfway through chapter 3. Yeah. Hello, Danopoli. Hey. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. He was a pickup artist before he was an author. Ah, cool. I saw that on the sleeves of the book, they mentioned that this guy had a really famous blog, but I never heard of it before. And I started reading or got this book after a recommendation from a friend, and I'm really wary of like these types of self-help books, but because I am someone who is like really easily influenced, but this seems like so far there's a lot of really good points, like the point about just falling in love with the idea of success instead of the process to get there, like focusing on the negativity instead of the positivity. And also there was one more point I don't remember. Yeah, he used to teach men how to pick up girls. This book is great though. Oh, interesting. That's a very I remember maybe it was about the author of this book, but maybe that's why the name Mark Manson seemed a little familiar. Okay, yeah. Let's continue. I don't know how long I don't know how long I'll take to finish reading the entire book. There's about 200 pages. We're on page 55, so a quarter of the way there. But yeah. You have a sweet voice. Thank you. Oh, I used to be so self-conscious about my own voice. I set out to like try to change it, try to speak in a different manner. I remember, I guess this is like relevant to this book. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I remember like I really wanted to laugh different because I had a more of a hearty laugh. I had what my friends would call like a like a dad laugh, and I thought that was not really attractive, I guess, or a good quality, and so I set out to change it. What are your pronouns? He, him. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking to the right because I have chat on the right here, but I can also look to the left, I guess. I guess that would be more fitting. But yeah, so far this book has been very interesting. I think it's definitely been worth the time. My throat is giving out a little bit, but I'll see how much longer I can last. Hello, Bumblebee. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's a cute emote. Yeah. Such a sweet voice for a guy. Yeah, thank you. But back to the kind of like, I guess, insecurities, because that's like on topic, I suppose. I really thought I like was not interesting. One of my biggest insecurities in life, I would say, for at least the past 5 to 10 years, was I always thought I was someone who, like, you know, was friendly, was kind, was liked, but I never thought I was interesting. And a lot of the times my own interests would be looked down upon by my friends. So for example, like I really enjoy VTubing. I am in love with the medium of VTubing, but one of my closest friends does not like VTubers, and so every time I would like be so self-conscious about the topic, about like sharing what I love or what I'm doing, that I kind of end up bottling it up and I have no one to turn to. And so as a result, I became ashamed of being a VTuber or like liking VTubers and all that stuff. Thanks. I love the little emotes. Yo, it's really cute. Yeah. How old are you? I am 20 something. I'm early 20s. That's all. Yeah, how much I'm willing to share, but I do have lore. I do a bad job of like keeping up with my own lore. I'm supposed to be like, oh, 2000 years old, but you know. Nice. I'm 20. Yeah, I'm always really I don't know. It took me a little bit to to really wrap my head around the fact that people who are younger than me are like, you know, functioning adults. I don't know. It's just so weird. Every time I think of someone who is younger than me, I would think like, oh, they're someone who is a grade below me in like college or high school or whatever. And I remember very vividly, there was one day where I was watching LCS, I think, or like, League of Legends esports, a video game esports, and I realized that the person on the screen playing this video game at a professional level, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, is like 17, and that like just broke my mind for the rest of the day. Yeah, it was kind of like a stark realization that as kind of like some of the things that the book mentioned, I immediately felt like, oh, this guy's more successful than I am. I am not doing enough with my life. And kind of goes back to how like my brain, my dysfunctional brain works. And it's like everything I do has to be productive. And so I ended up trying to like turn in a really, really weird way, try to turn every single league game into improving at and being better and like climbing ranks. And so eventually I went from like hearts to gold to like slowly got to diamond. Dumb kids growing up. Yeah. And so what was I on about? Oh yeah, playing League of Legends. I hate love League. I love hate League. But I got better at the game, and then I realized that I can no longer play the game for fun. The only time I'm having fun is when I'm winning, or when I'm improving, or when I'm learning something. League. Hello, Ian. Welcome. Yeah. And the same thing with Valorant. And so I remember, oh my god. This is my Valorant origin story. So I remember. Okay, I grew up playing CS:GO. Where are you from? I grew up in Shanghai, China, and I grew up there until coming to the US for college. But I was very involved. I was very like immersed in a Western bubble. I went to an international school and learned in an American high school way. Ooh, China. Yeah, I have a lot of experiences I could share, and I would guess, opinions I feel like are quite different from most people I meet in America. And so sometimes I try to stay away from it most of the time, because people have tended to be quite political, like reacted badly. So I don't know. I stay away from that. But back to the point of League. No, Valorant. So I grew up playing CS:GO. I was very, very into CS:GO. I went to like trading skins and stuff like that. And fun fact, that's actually how I funded my VTuber model. Is through CS:GO skins. But anyways, that's besides the point. When Valorant first came out and it was on Twitch, I was so excited. I was watching. I set up like 3 different devices, watching different streams, setting the volume at different levels, trying to get the beta key. And eventually I got it on like the last day. And so I hopped into Valorant, and I eventually, got really quickly into the game, because Valorant and CS:GO are quite similar, right? And so I got into the game and I was like, oh, I know how to play this game. You remind me of Sykkuno? Oh, I've been compared a few times. But what's it called? Oh right, yeah. But back into Valorant, I was like, oh, I can master this game very quickly. I can get good at this game very quickly. I would probably, be cool if I was good at Valorant. And so I decided to play the game over and over and over and over again. And in the first ranked season, I was placed a very, very glorious and honorable Iron 1. basically the worst rank in the entire game. And I was just baffled. I could not comprehend the fact that all my effort and all the time I put in to this game was not rewarded. And so I tried my best to climb out of that rank, but I was stuck in Iron 1, the lowest rank, the worst rank in the entire game for the entire season. I was like, oh no, I can't handle this, and I quit the game. But basically the point of it is like how I function is, and this was a really recent discovery of mine, and it is how I function is my brain needs to feel like it's being productive. Whatever I do, a stream, a video, playing games, needs to feel like I'm working towards something, and that is quite challenging because I end up like devoting way too much time, and I'm kind of like on a little journey both for self-improvement and also like honestly trying to find a way to re-enjoy video games. And I think it's been quite tough recently because it's really hard to shake the habit of just like I need to win, or I need to this person isn't doing well, or he's like I'm blaming my teammates for the troubles that I'm experiencing. Just like the book is saying, I need to blame other people because I can't deal with the fact that, you know, I am causing my own grief. I'm causing my own issues by by worrying so much about my performance. I was getting irrationally angry the other day because I just played worse than how I used to be after like a year-long break from League of Legends. And I was just like, how could I suck so much? Oh, I'm so angry. And I stopped playing for the day. And that was a pretty, you know, pretty bleak realization of how my brain functions. But anyways, back to the story, back to the book. Sorry about that. I go on like really long and weird tangents all the time. Where did we end up? Oh, right. Pickup artist and stuff. My cravings for validation quickly fed into a mental habit of self-aggrandizing and overindulgence. I felt entitled to say or do whatever I wanted. To break people's trust, to ignore people's feelings, and to justify it later with shitty, half-assed apologies. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Popcorns. Yeah. Welcome back. Yeah. I hope you're doing well. Wait. Wait. I feel like you changed your username, right? Or am I wrong? I apologize if I got it mixed up. But yeah, welcome. Nope. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah. I'm really excited. So recently I began a 15-month self-improvement journey, I guess. I don't want to make it sound too cliche. I've been like bringing it up all the time and like talking about it, but I feel genuinely proud that I'm like picking myself up and like because how I used to live is like really just by my own whims, and I do whatever I want, I eat however I want. I luckily enough I do enough exercise, swim, run, or play volleyball enough that I never worried about my own physical health. But I think recently I've kind of like let myself slip way too much. So as a way to kind of like feel more confident and kind of understand myself better, it's I'm doing a little bit of a tracking how I change by journaling, by doing more things like, going to the gym or anything else, like reading. Yes, this is why I really wanted to read this book. While this period certainly had its moments of fun and excitement, and I met some wonderful women, my life was more or less a wreck the whole time. I was often unemployed, living on friends' couches or with my mom, drinking way more than I should have been, alienating a number of friends. And when I did meet a woman I really liked, my self-absorption quickly torpedoed everything. The deeper pain, the more helplessness we feel against our problem, the more entitlement we adopted to compensate for those problems. This entitlement plays out in two ways. Number one, I am awesome, and the rest of you suck, so I deserve special treatment. Number two, I suck and the rest of you are all awesome, so I deserve special treatment. Opposite mindsets on the outside, but same selfish, creamy core in the middle. In fact, you often see entitled people flip back and forth between the two. Either they're top of the world or the world is on top of them, depending on the day of the week or how well they're doing with their particular addiction at the time. Most people correctly identify a person like Jimmy as a raging narcissistic asshat. That's because he's pretty blatant in his delusional self-regard. What most people don't correctly identify as entitlement are those people who perpetually feel as though they're inferior or unworthy of the world, because construing everything in life so as to make yourself out to be constantly victimized requires just as much selfishness as the opposite. It takes as much energy and delusional self-aggrandizement to maintain the belief that one has insurmountable problems as that one has no problems at all. The truth is, there is no such thing as a personal problem. If you got a problem, chances are millions of others have had it in the past and have it now and are going to have it in the future. Likely, people you know too. That doesn't minimize the problem or mean it shouldn't hurt. It doesn't mean that you aren't legitimately a victim in some circumstances. It just means that you're not special. Often, it's this realization that you and your problems are actually not privileged in their severity or pain that is the first and most important step towards solving them. I feel... I don't know if this feeling should be valid, but I feel like a little bit proud, I suppose, of the way I think. Because I have a weird philosophy that, if I do something, if I want something, if I experience some problems, if I think some way, there are 8 billion people who are alive right now, and how many people who've existed, like 100 billion or some crazy number I don't remember. And there is definitely someone out there who has had the same problem or a similar problem in a different context that makes me not special. And so it's been both like a double-edged sword. So I never think of my problems as being too crazy. Well, asterisks, because there was a period of time in my life where I felt like I couldn't do anything. But for like smaller and day-to-day stuff, and like in terms of like motivation or ideas of amounting to something, I think I never feel like I won't be able to figure life out, or I won't be able to solve some problems. On the other side, it also never makes me feel like proud or accomplished or I don't know if this is right, but like I never feel like I deserve to celebrate or deserve to you know, be happy with myself because someone else has already done, or everyone has already done what I can do. If I can do something, then other people have already done it, I guess. And so, you know, it's it's annoying, but it's been useful at times. This is true. Yeah. I think it's this realization is important, especially for, like, as the book says, entitled people. But on the other side, it might be it's not good to tune into or subscribe to too much. But for some reason, it appears that more and more people, particularly young people, are forgetting this. Numerous professors and educators have noted a lack of emotional resilience that is an excess of selfish demand in today's young people. It is not uncommon now for books to be removed from a class's curriculum for no other reasons that they made someone feel bad. Speakers and professors are shouted down and banned from campuses for infractions as simple as suggesting that maybe some Halloween costumes aren't really that offensive. School counselors note that more students than ever are exhibiting severe signs of emotional distress over what are otherwise run-of-the-mill daily college experiences, such as argument with a roommate or getting a low grade in class. It's strange that in an age where we are more connected than ever, entitlement seems to be at an all-time high. Some things about recent technology seems to allow our insecurities to run amok like nothing ever. The more freedom we're given to express ourselves, the more we want to be free of having to deal with anyone who may disagree with us or upset us. The more we expose who we are to opposing viewpoints, the more we seem to get upset at those other viewpoints' existence. The easier and more problems we have in our lives, the more problem-free our lives become, the more we seem to feel entitled for them to get better. The benefits of the internet and social media are unquestionably fantastic. In many ways, this is the best time in history to be alive. But perhaps these technologies are having some unintended social side effects. Perhaps these same technologies that liberate and educate so many are simultaneously enabling people's sense of entitlement more than ever before. A quick thing, I guess, a quick point on this is, I thought, like, I never understood why, or I didn't know why people were so angry at Facebook and Instagram until I kind of like heard about this idea that Instagram kind of like promotes a toxic kind of loop. And it took me a while to like really understand, because I don't personally use a lot of social media. I don't have an Instagram account. I don't really post much stuff. And so when I finally did download the application and see what's inside, I understood the argument of this is a toxic kind of loop, especially for teenagers. It's really, really difficult for teenage minds to process the bombardment of like positivity and success and happiness, and they often kind of look inwards and find out that, oh, I am not doing this thing. I am not as happy as they seem. It must be a problem that I am experiencing. But in reality, it's just this kind of like facade. And I think this book kind of talks about it as well. The tyranny The tyranny of exceptionalism. Most of us are pretty average at most things we do. Even if you're exceptional at one thing, chances are that you're average or below average at most other things. That is just the nature of life. To become truly great at something, you have to dedicate shit ton of time and energy to it. And because we all have limited time and energy, few of us ever become truly exceptional at more than just one thing, if anything at all. We can then say that it is a statistical improbability that any single person will be an extraordinary performer in all areas of life, or even in many areas of their life. Brilliant business people are often fuck-ups in their own personal lives. Extraordinary talent athletes are often shallow and as dumb as a lobotomized frog. Many celebrities are probably just as clueless about life as the people who gawk at them and follow their every move. We're all, for the most part, pretty average people, but it is the extremes that get all the publicity. We kind of know this already, but we rarely think of it or talk about it. And we certainly never discuss why this could be a problem. Having the internet, Google, Facebook, YouTube, and access to 500 plus channels of television is amazing. But our attention is limited. There's no way we can process the tidal waves of information flowing past us constantly. Therefore, the only zeros and ones that break through and catch our attention are the truly exceptional pieces of information, those in the 99.999 percentile. All day, every day, we are flooded with truly exceptional and extraordinary, the best of the best, the worst of the worst, the greatest physical feats, the funniest jokes, the most upsetting news, the scariest threats, non-stop. Our lives today are filled with information from the extremes of the bell curve of human experience, because in the media business, that's what gets eyeballs. And eyeballs brings dollars. That's the bottom line. Yet, the vast majority of life resides in the humdrum middle. The vast majority of life is unextraordinary. Indeed, quite average. The flood of extreme information has conditioned us to believe that exceptionalism is the new normal. And because we're all average most of the time, the deluge of exceptional information drives us to feel pretty damn insecure and desperate. Oh my god, wait, this is exactly what I was talking about. Because clearly we are somehow not good enough. So more and more we feel the need to compensate through entitlement and addiction. We cope with the only way we know how, either through Okay, let me search up this word. I'm kind of getting annoyed. What does aggrandize? Aggrandize. Oh, I said it right. Increase the power, status, or wealth of. Self-worth increasing. Enhancing the reputation of someone beyond what is justified by the facts. Okay. Self-aggrandizing or through other aggrandizing. Some of us do this by cooking up get-rich-quick schemes. Others do it by taking off across the world to save starving babies in Africa. Others do it by excelling in school and winning every award. Others do it by shooting up a school. Others do it by trying to have sex with anything that talks and breathes. This ties into the growing culture of entitlement that I was talking about earlier. Millennials often get blamed for this cultural shift, but it's likely because millennials are most plugged in and visible generation. In fact, the tendency towards entitlement is apparent across all of society, and I believe it's linked to mass media-driven exceptionalism. The problem here is that the pervasiveness of technology and mass marketing is screwing up a lot of people's expectations of themselves. The inundation of the exceptional makes people feel worse about themselves, makes them feel that they need to be more extreme, more radical, more self-assured to get noticed or even matter. When I was a young man, my insecurities around intimacy were exacerbated by all the ridiculous narratives of masculinity circulating throughout pop culture. And those same narratives are still circulating. To be a cool guy, you need to have parties like a rock star. To be respected, you have to be admired by women. Sex is the most valuable thing a man can attain, and it is worth sacrificing anything, including your own dignity, to get. This constant stream of unrealistic media dogpiles onto our own existing feelings of insecurity. By overexposing ourselves to unrealistic standards, we fail to live up to. By overexposing ourselves to the unrealistic standards we fail to live up to. Not only do we feel subjected to unsolvable problems, but we feel like losers because a simple Google search shows us thousands of people without those same problems. Technology has solved the old economic problem by just giving us new psychological problems. The internet has not just open-sourced information, it has also open-sourced insecurity, self-doubt, and shame. Okay, need a little bit of a water break. Give me a second. But if I'm not going to be special or extraordinary, then what's the point? It's become accepted part of our culture today to believe that we are all destined to do something truly extraordinary. Celebrities say it, business tycoons say it, politicians say it, even opera says it. So it must be true. Each and every one of us can be extraordinary. We all deserve greatness. The fact is that this statement is inherently contradictory. After all, if everyone was extraordinary, then by definition, no one would be extraordinary. It is missed by most people. And instead of questioning what we actually deserve or don't deserve, we eat up the message and ask for more. Being average has become the new standard for failure. The worst thing you can do is being middle of the pack, middle of the bell curve. When a culture's standard of success is to be extraordinary, then it becomes better to be at the extreme low end of the bell curve than to be in the middle, because at least there you're still special and deserve attention. Many people choose this strategy to prove to everyone that they are the most miserable or the most oppressed or the most victimized. A lot of people are afraid to accept the mediocrity because they believe that if they accept it, they will never achieve anything and they'll never improve and their lives won't matter. This sort of thinking is dangerous. Once you accept the premise that a life is worthwhile only when it is truly notable and great, then you accept basically that the fact that most of the human population, including yourself, sucks and is worthless. And this mindset can quickly turn dangerous to both yourself and others. The rare people who do become exceptional at something do not do so not because they believe they're exceptional. On the contrary, They become amazing because they're obsessed with improvement. And that obsession with improvement stems from the unerring belief that they are, in fact, not great at all. It is anti-entitlement. People who become great at something become great because they understand that they are not already great. They're mediocre. They're average. And that they could be so much better. All of this, every person can be extraordinary and achieve greatness, stuff is basically just jerking your ego. It's a message that tastes good going down, but in reality, it's nothing more than empty calories that makes you emotionally fat and bloated. It's the proverbial Big Mac for your heart and brain. The ticket to emotional health, like that to physical health, comes from eating your veggies. That is accepting the bland and mundane truths to life. Truth that your actions don't matter that much in the grand scheme of things, and the vast majority of your life will be boring and not noteworthy, and that's okay. This vegetable course will taste bad at first, very bad. You'll avoid accepting it. But once ingested, your body will wake up feeling more potent, more alive. After all the constant pressure to be something amazing, to be the next big thing. Oh my god. I have a funny story. So my high school has student publication, and we had like a student and also like faculty run newspaper and digital publication. And for some reason I was really happy about this, but for some reason like they were doing a series on college acceptances, and for some reason they ended up picking me. And I was really surprised, because for me, I never felt like I was academically high achieving, or I was always average academically. And the university I got into, it was good, but it wasn't as good as some of my friends. And I was surrounded by people who had like 3.9s, 3.8s, 4.0s, and I was hovering around the average of 3.3, 3.4. So I never felt confident talking about grades, because it felt like I was just worse. And so when the school contacted me to do an interview, I was really shocked, and I was kind of like pulled into this whole thing of of talking about my successes when I didn't feel like I succeeded. It was a very weird thing. I think I have the video somewhere. So I never actually watched it myself. I like barely read through like a single paragraph of my own of my own interview, but I just couldn't stop cringing at the idea. And the title was the next big thing. Yeah. Will be lifted off your back. The stress and anxiety will always feel of always feeling inadequate and constantly needing to prove yourself will be dissipated. And the knowledge and acceptance of your own mundane existence will actually free you to accomplish what you truly wish to accomplish, without judgment or lofty expectations. I think I have a big problem with this. I need to reread this. I need to reread this section. You will have a growing appreciation for life's basic experiences, the pleasures of simple friendships, creating something, helping a person in need, reading a good book, laughing with someone you care about. Sounds boring, doesn't it? That's because these things are ordinary. But maybe they're ordinary for a reason, because they are what actually matters. Alright, end of chapter 3. Yo, I can feel myself like slowly gobbling up the the context more and more as things go on. Water break. This is a weird thought that's been like revolving in my head for the past few minutes. When I decided to do the stream, instead of playing Frostpunk 2 like I said I would be doing, I came across this idea as I was like flipping through the book, and I didn't know whether I should do it or not. I was really gung-ho at the start. I wanted to make this happen, make it cool, make it unique, make it different, and make it feel like something I would enjoy. But then, all of a sudden, I realized that, what if this is a boring stream? What if this is something that, people don't really care about? And I was kind of like agonizing over the concept, and I was gonna ask people whether this is a good idea at the end. I was wondering whether I would be able to read, because I always mess up words, and I've messed up a lot so far in these 3 chapters, but no, I think after reading through this, like, I'm enjoying the process, and that's all that matters, right? I think oftentimes I kind of forget about that and worry so much about things that don't really matter. I just need to learn to... What's the title again? Learn to not give a fuck. Alright, chapter 4. The Value of Suffering. In the closing months of 1944, after almost a decade of war, the tide was turning against Japan. Their economy was floundering, their military overstretched across half of Asia, and territories they had won throughout the Pacific were now toppling like dynamos to US forces. Defeat seemed inevitable. On December 26, 1944, Second Lieutenant Hiro Onoda. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm learning Japanese now, and oh my god, it's difficult. Hiro Onoda of the Japanese Imperial Army was deployed to the small island of Lubang in the Philippines. His orders were to slow the United States progress as much as possible, to stand and fight at all costs, to never surrender. Both he and his commander knew it was basically a suicide mission. In February 1945, Americans arrived on Lubang and took the island with overwhelming force. Within days, most of the Japanese soldiers had either surrendered or been killed, but Onoda and his 3 men managed to hide in the jungle. From there, they began a guerrilla warfare campaign against the US forces and the local population, tackling supply lines, shooting at stray soldiers, and interfering with American forces in any way they could. That August, half a year later, the United States dropped atomic bombs on the city of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan surrendered, and the deadliest war in human history came to a dramatic conclusion. However, thousands of Japanese soldiers were still scattered among the Pacific Isles, and most, like Onoda, were hiding in the jungle, unaware that the war was over. Those holdouts continued to fight and pillage as they did before. This was a real problem for rebuilding the Eastern Asia, as after the war, and the governments agreed something must be done. The US military, in conjunction with the Japanese government, dropped thousands of leaflets throughout the Pacific region, announcing that the war was over and it was time for everyone to go home. Onoda and his men like many others, found and read these leaflets. But unlike most others, Onoda decided that they were fake, a trap set by American soldiers to get the guerrilla fighters to show themselves. Onoda burned the leaflets, and he and his men stayed hidden and continued to fight. 5 years went by. The leaflets had stopped. Most of the American forces had long since gone home. The local population on Lubon attempted to return to their normal lives of farming and fishing. Yet there were Hiro Onoda and his merry men still shooting at the farmers, burning their crop, stealing their livestock, and murdering locals who wandered too far into the jungle. Philippines government then took up and draw new flyers and spread them across the jungle. "Come out," they said. "The war is over. You lost." But these too were ignored. In 1952, the Japanese government made one final attempt to draw the last remaining soldiers out of hiding through the Pacific. This time, the letters and pictures from the missing soldiers' families were airdropped, along with a personal note from the emperor himself. Once again, Onoda refused to believe that the information was real. Once again, he believed the airdrop to be a trick by the Americans. Once again, his men stood and fought. I wonder what the point is, but I guess we'll find out soon. Another few years went by, and the Philippine locals, sick of being terrorized, finally armed themselves and began to fight back. In 1959, one of Onoda's companions had surrendered. Another had been killed. Then a dozen later, Onoda's last companion, a man named Kozuka, was killed in a shootout with the local police while he was burning rice fields, still waging war against the local population. A full quarter century after the end of World War II. Onoda, now having spent more than half his life in the jungles of Lubon, was all alone. In 1972, the news of Kozuka's death reached Japan, and it caused a stir. The Japanese people thought the last of the soldiers had come home years earlier. The Japanese media began to wonder if Kozuka had still been on Lubon until 1972. Perhaps Onoda himself, the last known Japanese holdout from World War II, might still be alive as well. That year, both the Japanese and Philippine government sent search parties looking for the enigmatic second lieutenant, now part myth, part hero, and part ghost. They found nothing. As the months progressed and the story of Lieutenant Onoda morphed into somewhat of an urban legend in Japan, the war hero who sounded too insane to actually exist, many romanticized him, others criticized him, others who thought he was the stuff of fairy tales, invented by those who still wanted to believe in a Japan that hasn't disappeared long ago. It was around this time that a young man named Norio Suzuki first heard of Onoda. Suzuki was an adventurer, explorer, and a bit of a hippie. Born after the war was ended, he dropped out of school and spent 4 years hitchhiking his way across Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, sleeping on park benches, strangers' cars, in jail cells under the star. He volunteered on farms for food and donated blood to pay for places to stay. He was a free spirit and perhaps a little bit nuts. In 1992, Suzuki needed another adventure. He had returned to Japan after his travels and found the strict cultural norms and social hierarchy to be stifling. He hated school. He couldn't hold a job. He wanted to be back on the road and back on his own again. For Suzuki, the legend of Hiro Onoda came at an answer to his problems. It was a new, worthy adventure for him to pursue. Suzuki believed he would be the one to find Onoda. Sure, search parties conducted by Japanese, Philippines, and American governments have not been able to find Onoda. The local police force have been scavenging the jungle for almost 30 years with no luck. thousands of leaflets had been met with no response. But fuck it. This deadbeat college dropout hippie was going to be the one to find him. Unarmed, untrained for any sort of reconnaissance or tactical warfare, Suzuki traveled to Lubang and began wandering around the jungle all by himself. His strategy? Scream Onoda's name really loudly and tell him the emperor was worried about him. He found Onoda in 4 days. Suzuki stayed with Onoda in the jungle for some time. Onoda has been alone by that point for over a year, and once found by Suzuki, he welcomed the companionship and was desperate to learn what had been happening in the outside world from a Japanese source he could trust. The two men became sort of friends. Suzuki asked Onoda why he had stayed and continued to fight. Onoda said it was simple. He had been given the order to never surrender, so he stayed. For nearly 30 years, he had been simply following an order. Onoda then asked Suzuki why a hippie boy like himself came looking for him. Suzuki said he left Japan in search of three things: Lieutenant Onoda, a panda bear, and the abominable snowman, in that order. The two men had been brought together under the most curious of circumstances, two well-intentioned adventurers chasing false visions of glory, like realized Japanese Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, stuck together in the damp recess of a Philippines jungle. Both imagined themselves heroes, despite both being alone with absolutely nothing, doing nothing. Onoda has already given up most of his life to a phantom war, and Suzuki would give up his too. Having already found Hiro Onoda and the panda bear, he would die a few years later in the Himalayas. Oh, wow. Still in search of the abominable snowman. Humans often choose to dedicate large portions of their lives to seamlessly useless and destructive causes. On the surface, these causes make no sense. It's hard to imagine how Onoda could have been happy on those islands for those 30 years, living off insects and rodents, sleeping on the dirt, murdering civilians decades after decade. Or why Suzuki trekked off to his own death, with no money, no companions, and no purpose other than to chase an imaginary yeti. Later in his life, Onoda said he regretted nothing. He claimed that he was proud of his choices and his time on Lubang. He said that it would have been an honor to devote a sizable portion of his life in service to a non-existent empire. Suzuki, had he survived, likely would have said the same thing. That he was doing exactly what he was meant to be doing, that he regretted nothing. Both those men chose how they wished to suffer. Onoda chose to suffer for loyalty to a dead empire. Suzuki chose to suffer for adventure, no matter how ill-advised. Both men, their suffering meant something. It fulfilled something, some greater cause. And because it meant something, they were able to endure it, or perhaps even enjoy it. If suffering is inevitable, if our problems in life are unavoidable, then the question we should be asking is not how do I stop suffering, but why am I suffering? For what purpose? Onoda returned to Japan in 1974 and became a kind of celebrity in his home country. He was shuttled around from talk show to radio stations. Politicians clamored to shake his hand. He published a book and was even offered a large sum of money by the government. But what he found when he returned to Japan horrified him. A consumerist, capitalist, superficial culture that had lost all tradition of honor and sacrifice upon which his generation was raised. Onoda tried to use his sudden celebrity to espouse the values of old Japan, but he was tone deaf to this new society. He was seen more as a showpiece than serious cultural thinker. A Japanese man who emerged from the time capsule for all to marvel at, like a relic in a museum. And in the irony of ironies, Onoda became far more depressed than he had ever been in the jungle for all those years. At least in the jungle, his life stood for something. It had meant something. That had made his suffering endurable, even a little bit desirable. But back in Japan, in which he considered to be a vacuous nation full of hippies and loose women in the Western clothing, he was confronted with an unavoidable truth that his fight had meant nothing. The Japan he had lived for and fought for no longer existed, and the weight of this realization pierced him in a way that no bullet ever had. And because his suffering meant nothing, it suddenly became realized and true. 30 years wasted. And so in 1980, Onoda packed up and moved to Brazil, where he remained until he died. Interesting. I think I don't know what I think. I feel like there was some sort of thing to learn from here, but I didn't I didn't really find it yet. We'll just have to read a bit more. The self-awareness onion. Self-awareness is like an onion. There are multiple layers to it. The more you peel back, the more you're going to start crying at inappropriate times. Let's say the first layer of self-awareness onion is the simple understanding of one's emotions. This is when I feel happy. This is what makes me feel sad. This gives me hope. Unfortunately, there are too many people stuck at even the most basic level of self-awareness. I know because I'm one of them. My wife and I sometimes have fun back and forth that goes something like this. Oh, let me just play that again. Oops. Her, what's wrong? Me, nothing wrong. Nothing at all. No, something's wrong, tell me. I'm fine, really. Are you sure? You look upset. Me, with nervous laughter. Really? No, I'm okay, seriously. 30 minutes later. And that's why I'm so fucking pissed off. He acts like I don't even exist half the time. We all have emotional blind spots. Often they have to do with emotions we were taught were inappropriate growing up. It takes years of practice and effort to get good at identifying blind spots in ourselves and then expressing the affected emotions appropriately. But this task is hugely important and worth the effort. The second layer of self-awareness onion is the ability to ask why we feel certain emotions. These why questions are difficult and often take months or even years to answer consistently and accurately. Most people need to go to some sort of therapist just to hear these questions asked for the first time. Such questions are important because they illuminate what we consider to be success or failure. Why do you feel angry? Is it because you failed to achieve some sort of goal? Why do you feel lethargic and uninspired? Does it feel like you don't think you're good enough? This layer of questioning helps us to understand the root cause of the emotion that overwhelms us. Once we understand the root cause, we can ideally do something to change it. But there's another, even deeper level of this self-awareness onion. That is one full of fucking tears. The third level is our personal values. Why do I consider this to be successful? Or a failure? How am I choosing to measure myself? By what standard am I judging myself and everyone around me? Oh my god. This is a this is a very, I don't know. This took me a lot of time and a lot of a lot of sessions with therapists to kind of tackle. And I don't know, to see it summed up in such a succinct and efficient way is really weird, because I all of a sudden feel like I wish I read this book earlier. I wish I started to care about this more and earlier, because I think I was stuck at level 1 and level 2 for so long, and only recently I think I finally was able to answer some of the questions from level 2, which is like the reasons why I feel certain ways. What is it that makes me react? This level, which takes consistent questioning and effort, is incredibly difficult to reach. I wonder when I'll be able to finally face level 3. Level 3 Ohio boss. One second. But it's the most important, because our values determine the nature of our problems, and the nature of our problems determines the quality of our lives. Values underlie everything we do and everything we are. Wait, oh, my eye's a little itchy, sorry. Okay. Alright. Oh. Hydrate and stretch. Thank you, Bumblebee. Yeah. I was I was fiddling with my mic settings. That's probably why I was muted at the start of the stream for so long. But like, I remember getting really self-conscious. Yeah, gotta make sure you stay hydrated and keep your voice while reading. I've already submitted or accepted the fact that I probably will lose my voice tomorrow, but I am enjoying things and I'm having fun, so that's all that matters. But what's it called? I got super self-conscious because I remember my friends commenting that, oh, you drink fluids, you drink water so loud. Every time you swallow, I can hear it through Discord or whatever. And so I was like fiddling with my settings to make sure that that doesn't come through on stream. Just hydrating to make it less soon. Me too. Right. I remember our conversation, but it's just funny because it's like, you know, you don't, people, like, why does it matter, right? Maybe I'm kind of like undermining my own audio quality by doing these things, setting such a high noise gate. Oh, I was drinking. Oh, I can feel it a little bit already. I was drinking tea earlier today. I think maybe I should grab some of that later. Later into the book. Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm fine. I'll be able to last a few more hours, I'm sure. but I can feel my my throat getting deeper, or not deeper. My voice getting deeper. Oh, drink some tea with honey. I have some honey. I should go grab some. Be right back. I'm committing a crime. I'm sorry. I'll be back. 1 second. Alright. To give context to what I was doing, also lemon, ginger, and blackberry leaf tea are some of the best for throat so far as I know. Ah, okay. But basically what I was doing is that I don't have a kettle, and so usually I just stove top heat my water for tea. But sometimes, especially like when I'm lazy, I just microwave my tea. It's like going against my my Asian heritage. I feel like I'm committing a crime. Oh, let me toggle my antlers back. I like my antlers. Without antlers, I look weird. Yeah. Not the microwave. Yeah. I apologize. This is a crime. Yeah. So about that. I would like to apologize. I'm sorry. But hey, you know, having the tea and committing a crime is better than not committing a crime. So I don't care. I'm not giving a fuck. I will say, like, I'm just not used to swearing so much. I'm kind of like a art purist. I really like to enjoy art and or books or poems, however they are meant to be consumed. So let's say an artist means for you to like tilt your head when you like enjoy the artwork. Oh, that's my microwave. Then I would do so. So the same way I am not censoring myself for this book. I'm just reading off whatever is on the page, but I don't usually swear, and it's been kind of like difficult trying to swear so much. I don't know. It's a weird problem to be having, I think, because I don't really understand the gravity of each word, each swear word being used. Because sometimes it's an expression of anger. Sometimes it's an expression of excitement. Sometimes it's an expression of in placement of sex, right? And so it's kind of weird. Every time I feel like so far, every time I've said the word fuck, it's like in the I can't speak, in the aggressive manner, I guess. And so I need to maybe change that. All right, let me go grab my tea. Tea. Oh, I can feel my throat getting better already. Oh. Okay. yeah, but talking isn't easy. I fail at it all the time, and I'm definitely yapping. I'm definitely a yapper. I am. I don't know. I can be a yapper, like especially when I go on tangents. Oh my god, I just go on and on and on and on and on. But I don't. And also, wait, I will have to concede the fact that when I argue, the way I argue with friends with on serious topics, on silly topics, is a very very stupid way. I argue by setting out 3 points or however many points I have, and then provide some idea of evidence through example, and then I just repeat them in different words, and it's the same 3 ideas, and it's really frustrating, and I know it's a problem, but I can't seem to change it, and I've pissed my friends off so many times because I like, it's so annoying to talk to me when I argue that I probably, if I were talking to myself when I argue, I probably want to punch myself in the face. It's like, let's say oh, I guess coffee and tea, but right now I have a mug that says coffee break on it, and and I feel a little rebellious. I have poured my honey tea into this cup. Honey tea for the win. Yeah, it's so good. But yeah, let's say like coffee versus tea, and I'm for tea, right? And I don't usually drink coffee. I've started to drink a little bit more, but I haven't developed the reliance for it or anything like that. And so I would say, okay, tea, there are less people who, become addicted to tea or rely on tea to function. And so that is anecdotal evidence. And second point, let's say tea tastes better. I'm just using like stupid examples. And third point, let's say it's easier to get authentic tea, and it's easier to make authentic tea than authentic coffee, let's say, right? And like if I were to continue from this, I would be like, yeah, but the health benefits of coffee and tea are just like so obvious, And then the next point I would go to, what was the previous? Oh, coffee. It's so bitter. Why would you want to drink bitter stuff? Tea is like just water and nature and leaves. And so I would just go on and repeat each of these points in different form, and oh my god, I'm like kind of getting annoyed at myself for saying this stuff. I have a mug that says tea and the amount of times it held other liquids. Yeah. The thing is, I've never had self-made coffee, or like I don't make coffee myself. I only get it at basically only Starbucks, and I've only gotten it a few times. So this coffee break mug is only has ever only held tea. Oh, I love coffee. I love making coffee myself. Oh, I can disprove all those points, but I love tea, so I won't argue. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, it's more so just to give an example of how I argue. And I don't have any, like, real investment. I don't really care about those two. I love making coffee myself, but I do prefer matcha. Oh, I the tea I do like are because my family, I have a relative who has a tea farm or owns a tea business. So when I went to America, when I came to America, um, the relative gifted me some of the best stuff that he has, and oh my god, I think I've been a little bit spoiled by good tea. I always think back on the Earl Grey. I think it was like black tea. I think that he gifted me. It was like the best stuff in like a little can, and I kept the can for so long. And when I finally got around to like consuming the tea, it was like it's been kept for so long that it lost the taste, and I was really sad. Uh, yeah, Earl Grey is good. Earl Grey is good. I think my favorite would be Earl Grey, or I don't like oolong. Was it oolong? There's another kind. I'll have to circle back on this another time. But matcha is good. I'm not too big of a fan of drinking matcha. I got the 100-pack matcha tea bag from Costco, and also I got some Earl Grey from an Asian market, and I've been kind of like going at them evenly so far. And every time I drink the matcha, right now I'm drinking matcha tea, but every time I drink the matcha, I'm like, I wish I wish I was drinking Earl Grey. Yeah. It really depends on what you want to do too. True. But I guess onto coffee. I am personally really afraid. Like, I don't know if I can call this proud, but like, I don't consume anything besides sugar that is addictive. So I used to not drink coffee at all. Now I'm drinking it a little bit, just kind of like a a sugary drink. I could replace it with like, I don't know, Sprite or something, soda or something. So I used to never drink coffee. I don't drink alcohol basically ever. And I don't smoke. I've never tried any drugs. I think it's just because being raised in an Asian household, and in Asia as well, not having access to any to like even try, or no one at school ever has tried it. So it's not like a social pressure to try it. I'm kind of curious, but I also know that I don't really care. And some people have criticized me for, some friends have said, "Oh, you're so boring, be a little fun." And I'm always like, but why? Why do you need these type of things to feel like you're having fun? But to each their own, and I don't judge people. Most of the time. Most of the time. Based on what they like and what they do. Alright. Some more tea, and let's get back into reading. Okay, alright. Where were we? Values underlie everything we are and do. If what we value is unhelpful, if what we consider success and failure is poorly chosen, then everything based on those values, the thoughts, the emotions, the day-to-day feelings. Oh, thank you, Junta. I'll finish my cup of tea for this. Yeah. I don't think I added enough honey. But thank you so much for all the hydrates. I feel like the honey tea was such a good idea. I feel like my throat is revitalized. A little bit raspy in the bottom, on the bottom, but we got this. We got this. We're about 50% of the way through. Maybe closer to 33, 40%, but you know, that is honestly, I'll be completely honest. I set out today to finish the entire book, but I expected myself to give up somewhere in the middle and like, yeah, you know, try to try to weasel my way out of this, but we're here and we're gonna finish this. No matter what happens, if you guys have to go to sleep, it's okay, but I'll be here finishing this book. I've been one of the reasons, okay, another tangent. One of the reasons why I'm so determined to finish this book is because I set out this at the start of last month to finish one book, and I was reading a different book, Becoming by Michelle Obama. It had 400 pages, and I was like, okay, you know, by the end of the month, I should be fine. Oh, sorry. Some hiccups. By the end of the month, I should be done, right? I should have been able to read 400 pages, but then I realized that oh no, I'm only 40 pages in on September 30th, and so I was kind of like disappointed in myself. I was like wondering, am I just bad at reading, or am I just lazy? What's happening? This is my own goal. I really wanted to achieve this, and so I thought about reading Becoming, but that was 400 pages, and I read that book much slower than a book like this. But this The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck is also a really interesting book, but it's much smaller, much shorter, and much I thought it was gonna be easier, but honestly, the topics discussed on this, and the tangents I'm going on are interesting. Yeah. Well, back to reading we go. Yeah. Okay. No more tangents. Where are we? Oh. The thoughts, the emotions, the day-to-day feelings will be all out of whack. Everything we think and feel about a situation ultimately comes back to how valuable we perceive it to be. Most people are horrible at answering these why questions accurately, and this prevents them from ever achieving a deeper knowledge of their own values. Sure, they may say their values honestly. Sure, they may say they value honesty and a true friend, but then they turn around and lie about you behind your back to make themselves feel better. People may perceive that they are lonely, but then when asked themselves why they feel lonely, they tend to come up with a way to blame others. Everyone else is mean, or no one is cool or smart enough to understand them, and thus they avoid their problems instead of seeking to solve it. For many people, this passes as self-awareness, and yet if they were able to go deeper and look at their underlying values, they would see their own original analysis was based on avoiding responsibility and for their own problems, rather than accurately identifying the problem. They would see that their decisions are based on chasing highs, not generating a true happiness. Most self-help gurus ignore this deeper level of self-awareness as well. They take people who are miserable because they want to be rich and give them all sorts of advice on how to make more money, or all the while ignoring the important values-based questions of why do they feel such a need to be rich in the first place? How do they choose to measure success or failure for themselves? Is it not perhaps some sort of particular value that is the root cause of their unhappiness, and not the fact that they need to drive a Bentley yet? Or they don't drive a Bentley yet. Much of the advice out there operates on a shallow level of simply trying to make people feel good in the short term, while in the real long-term problems never get solved. People's perceptions and feelings may change, but the underlying values and metrics of those values by which those values are assessed stay the same. This is not real progress. This is just another way to achieve more highs. Honest self-questioning is difficult. It requires asking yourself the simple questions that are uncomfortable to answer. In fact, in my experience, the more uncomfortable the answer, the more likely it is to be true. Take a moment and think of something that is really bugging you. Now ask yourself why it bugs you. Chances are, the answers will involve a failure of some sort. Then take that failure and ask why it seems so true to you, and why that failure wasn't really a failure. What if you're looking at it the wrong way? A recent example of my own life. It bugs me that my brother doesn't return my texts or emails. Why? Because it feels like he doesn't give a shit about me. Why does this seem to be true? Because if he wanted to have a relationship with me, he would take 10 seconds out of his day to interact with me. Why does his lack of relationship with you feel like a failure? Because we're brothers, we're supposed to have a good relationship. Two things operating here: the values I hold dear and a metric that I use to assess progress towards that value. My value, brothers are supposed to have great relationships with one another, and my metric, being in contact by phone or email, is how I measure my success as a brother. By holding on to this metric, I make myself feel like a failure, which occasionally ruins my Saturday mornings. We could dig even deeper by repeating the process. Why are brothers supposed to have good relationships? Because they're family. Families are supposed to be close. Why does that seem true? Because your family is supposed to support you, supposed to matter to you more than anyone else. Why does that seem to be true? Because being close with your family is normal and healthy, and I don't have that. In this exchange, I'm clear about my underlying value of having a good relationship with my brother. But I'm still struggling with my metric. If I give it another name, closeness. But the metric hasn't really changed. I'm still judging myself as a brother based on the frequency of contact and comparing myself using that metric against other people I know. Everyone else or so it seems, has a close relationship with their family members, and I don't. So obviously there must be something wrong with me. But what if I choose a poor metric for myself and my life? What else could be true that I'm not considering? Well, perhaps I don't need to be close with my brother to have a good relationship that I value. One second, sorry, I'm adjusting. Oh, right, I wanted to mention another tangent, but I have a younger brother, and my relationship with him, in my opinion, is not great, because I believe that we should be in contact more, just like the author's relationship. But the problem is, I'm not initiating, he's not initiating, and I just continue to blame myself. And so I've recognized this, and I've become more okay with the fact that I just don't have a close relationship with my brother, and I hope it doesn't affect our care for each other. But you know, it was a difficult thing. I did a lot of things to try and compensate. But ultimately I don't think a call to ask, what's up, how's your day doing every week or so matters to me. And more so that like than I guess not doing that. And so that was a weird but important decision that I ended up making. And also, I guess extrapolating, I feel like I remember one time I was talking to, I think, my therapist or something, that I did not feel like I cared for my family enough, and I was really disappointed in myself that I should care for my family. Everyone cares for their family, and I had times where I would go on months without calling back my family members, and I didn't call my grandparents for a really, really, really long time. It was around COVID, so I was stuck here. They were stuck at home, and my mom was criticizing me for not calling enough and just saying that I should, do the responsibilities of a good son. And I was like, yeah, I agree with you. And then basically the the outcome was like, maybe caring for my family doesn't matter as much as making sure my own life is straight, and spending time by myself is to me. I still love my family. I still care for them, but maybe communicating through phone calls isn't the way I care about it. I guess it made me realize that there are so many more ways to fulfill my personal values that than just the societal normal, I guess. Then you need to talk to your family members, you need to be on good terms with everyone, you need to help them in times of need. But it's interesting. I used to be super close with my brother, but I rarely hear from him these days. Yeah, it's like that. I have learned to feel more comfortable with it. Like, I stopped giving a fuck about it as much, and I still think I should, but it doesn't bother me anymore, I guess, is more appropriate, instead of like, I don't care. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy about how I explained that. I was worried that this is gonna go down some weird path, and I'm like, I like can't explain out of the rabbit hole that I'm just a bad person, but I don't think so. I think I wonder what my brother thinks. Maybe I should ask him about this idea, but he's still kind of young and like naive and childish, so I don't know how much like authentic self-introspection I would get from him. But maybe in the future, maybe 5 years down the road, maybe 3 years down the road, however long, I'll wait and then ask him again. But I don't know, a lot of the things in this book really, really speaks to me. I don't feel, I was gonna say something, but I don't think I want to share that. But there are events in my life that I can see in this book, and it's interesting to kind of like compare how the author clearly articulates these issues and puts them in the frame of his argument. And I might not completely agree with everything. There's specifically times where, especially in the beginning, where he's like, oh, let me find the example I was looking for. It's always people who care less who do well. That was one big point I thought was really weird, but I'll keep reading. But what if I'm choosing a poor metric for myself and my life? What else could be true that I'm not considering? Perhaps I don't need to be close to my brother to have a good relationship that I value. Perhaps just needs there just needs to be mutual respect, which there is, or maybe mutual trust is what I'm looking for, and there is. Perhaps these metrics would be better assessment of brotherhood than how many text messages he and I exchange. Oh, oh my god, this is pre-read. But this is exactly what I was talking about. Maybe I don't need to call him every single week, every single month, every single however many time frame you set to feel like I'm a fine brother. Like over the summer, I was helping a lot with his college applications, his what's it called? His enrollment processes and his high school stuff. And, you know, I felt like I was doing my brotherly duties, maybe even overly so. But I felt very satisfied with my actions over summer. Yeah. Perhaps these metrics would be better assessment of brotherhood than how many text messages I exchange. This clearly makes sense. It feels true to me, but still fucking hurts that my brother and I aren't close, and there's no positive way to spin it. There's no secret way to glorify myself through this knowledge. Sometimes brothers, even brothers who love each other, don't have close relationships, and that's fine. It's hard to accept at first, but it's fine. What is objectively true about your situation is not as important as how you come to see the situation, how you choose to measure it and value it. Problems may be inevitable, but the meaning of each problem is not. This is this is again exactly how I was talking about it, I guess. We get to control what our problems mean based on how we choose to think about them, by the standards we choose to measure them. The rockstar problems. In 1983, a young talented guitarist was kicked out of his band in the worst way possible. The band has just been signed to a record deal, and they were about to record their first album. But a couple of days before the recording started, the band showed the guitarist the door. No warning, no discussion, no dramatic blowout. They literally woke him up one day and handed him the bus ticket home. He sat on the bus back to Los Angeles from New York. The guitarist kept asking himself, how did this happen? What did I do wrong? What will I do now? Records contracts didn't exactly fall out of the sky, especially for raucous, upstart metal bands. Had he missed his one and only shot? Nope. I hope I didn't DC. Okay. We're good. But by the time the bus hit LA, the guitarist had gotten over his self-pity and vowed to start a new band. He decided that the band would be so successful that his old band would forever regret their decision. He would become so famous that they would be subjected to headlines, to decades of seeing him on TV, hearing him on the radio, seeing posters of him in the streets and pictures in the magazines. They'd be flipping burgers somewhere else, loading vans from their shitty club gigs, fat and drunk with their ugly wives, and he'd be rocking out in front of stadium crowds live on television. He'd bath in the tears of his betrayers, and each wept dry by a crisp, clean $100 bill. And so the guitarist worked as hard as possible, as if possessed by a musical demon. He spent months recruiting the best musicians he could find, far better musicians than his previous bandmates. He wrote dozens of songs, practiced religiously. His seething anger fueled his ambition. Revenge became his muse. Within a couple of years, his new band has signed a record deal of his own, and a year after that, their first record would go gold. The guitarist's name was Dave Mustaine. I don't know this person. Oh my god. and the new band he formed was the legendary heavy metal band Megadeth. Megadeth would go on to sell over 25 million albums and tour the world in many times over. Today, Mustaine is considered one of the most brilliant and influential musicians in the history of heavy metal music. Unfortunately, the band he was kicked out of was, oh my god, was Metallica, which sold over 180 million albums worldwide. Metallica is considered by many to be one of the greatest rock bands of all time. And because of that, in a rare, intimate interview in 2003, a tearful Mustaine admitted that he could not help but still consider himself a failure. Despite all that he had accomplished, in his mind, he would always be the guy who got kicked out of Metallica. We're apes. We think we're all sophisticated with our toaster ovens and designer footwear, but we're just a bunch of fine ornamented apes. And because we are apes, we instinctively measure ourselves against others and vie for status. The question is not whether we evaluate ourselves against others, rather, the question is by what standard do we measure ourselves? Dave Mustaine, whether he realized it or not, chose to measure himself by whether he is more successful or popular than Metallica. The experience of getting thrown out of his former band was so painful to him that he adopted success relative to Metallica as a metric by which to measure himself and his musical career. Despite taking a horrible event in his life and making something positive out of it, Mustaine, as Mustaine did with Megadeth, his choice to hold on to Metallica's success as his life-defining metric continued to hurt him decades later. Despite all the money and all the fans and all the accolades, he still considered himself a failure. Now, you and I may look at Dave Mustaine's situation and laugh. Here's a guy with millions and millions and millions of dollars, hundreds and thousands of adoring fans, a career doing the thing he loves best, and still he is getting all weepy-eyed that his rock star buddies from 20 years ago now are way more famous than he is. This is because you and I have different values than Mustaine does. We measure ourselves by different metrics. Our metrics are probably more like, I don't want to work a job for a boss I hate, or I'd like to earn enough money to send my kids to go to a good school, or I'd be happy not waking up in a drainage ditch. And by these metrics, Mustaine is wildly, unimaginably successful. But by his metrics, being more popular and successful than Metallica, he is a failure. Our values determine the metrics by which we measure ourselves and everyone else. Onoda's value of loyalty to the Japanese Empire is what sustained him on Lubang for almost 30 years. But at the same time, it's also what made him miserable upon his return to Japan. Mustaine's metric, I hope I'm saying it right. Oh my god. Where were we? Mustaine's metric of being better than Metallica likely helped him launch an incredible, successful music career. But that same metric later tortured him in spite of his success. If you want to change how you see your problems, you have to change what you value and or how you measure failure or success. As an example, let's look at another musician who got kicked out of another band. Oh my god. His story eerily echoes that of Dave Mustaine, though it happened 2 decades earlier. It was 1962. There was a buzz around an up and coming band from Liverpool, England. The band had funny haircuts and an even funnier name, but their music was undeniably good. The record industry was finally taking notice. Then there was John, the lead singer and songwriter. Paul, the boyish-faced romantic bass player. Oh my god, that took me an embarrassingly long time to read. George, the rebellious lead guitar player, and there was the drummer. He was considered the best looking of the bunch. The girls all went wild for him, and it was his face that began to appear in magazines first. He was the most professional member of the group too. He didn't do drugs, he had a steady girlfriend. There were even a few people in suits and ties who thought he should be the face of the band, not John or Paul. His name was Pete Best. And in 1962, after landing their first record contract, the other three members of the Beatles quietly got together and asked their manager, Brian Epstein, to fire him. Epstein agonized over the decision. He liked Pete, so he put it off, hoping the other three guys would change their mind. Months later, a mere 3 days before the recording of the first record began, Epstein finally called Best to his office. There, the manager unceremoniously told him to piss off and find another band. He gave no reasons, no explanation, and no condolences. Just told him that the other guys wanted him out of the group, so best luck. As a replacement, the band brought in some sort of oddball Ringo Starr. Ringo was older and had a big funny nose. Ringo agreed to get the same ugly haircut as John, Paul, and George, and insisted on writing songs about octopus and submarines. The other guys said, sure, fuck it, why not? Within 6 months of Best's firing, Beatlemania had erupted, making John, Paul, George, and Pete struck out. Ringo, arguably four of the most famous faces on the entire planet. Meanwhile, Best understandably fell into deep depression and spent a lot of time doing what any Englishman would do if you give him a reason to. Drink. The rest of the 60s were not kind to Pete Best. By 1965, he had sued two of the Beatles for slander, and all of his musical projects failed horribly. In 1968, he attempted suicide, only to be talked out of it by his mother. His life was a wreck. Best didn't have the same redemptive story Dave Mustaine did. He never became a global superstar or made millions of dollars. Yet, in many ways, Best ended up better off than Mustaine. In an interview in 1994, Best said, "I'm happier than I would have been with the Beatles." What the hell? Best explained that the circumstance of him getting kicked out of the Beatles ultimately led him to meet his wife. And then his marriage led him to have children, his values changed, he began to measure life differently, and fame and glory would have been nice, sure. But he decided that what he already had was more important. A big, loving family, stable marriage, and a simple life. He even got to still play drums, touring Europe, and just recorded albums well into the 2000s. So, what was really lost? Just a lot of attention and adultation, whereas there was what's the gain was so much more to him. These stories suggest some sort of value and metrics are better than others. Some lead to good problems that are easily and regularly solved. Others lead to bad problems that are not easily or regularly solved. Shitty values. There are a handful of common values that create really poor problems for people. Problems that can be hardly solved. So, let's go over some of them quickly. Pleasure. Pleasure is great, but it's a horrible value to prioritize your life around. Ask any drug addict how the pursuit of pleasure turned out. Ask any adulterer who shattered her family and lost her children on whether pleasure ultimately made her happy. Ask a man who almost ate himself to death how pleasure helped him solve his problems. Pleasure is a false god. Research show that people who focus their energy on superficial pleasure ends up more anxious, more emotionally unstable, and more depressed. Pleasure is most superficial form of life satisfaction, and therefore the easiest to obtain and the easiest to lose. And yet, pleasure is what's marketed to us 24/7. It's what we're fixated on. It's what we're used to numb and it's what we use to numb and distract ourselves. But pleasure, while necessary in life, it certainly isn't by itself sufficient. Pleasure is not the cause of happiness. Rather, it's the effect. You get the other stuff right, then pleasure will naturally come by as a byproduct. Number 2, material success. Many people measure their self-worth based on how much money they make, or what kind of car they drive, or whether the front lawn is greener and prettier than the next door neighbors. Okay. Research shows that once one is able to provide for basic needs, the relationship between happiness and worldly success quickly approaches zero. If you're starving and you're living on the streets in the middle of India, $10,000 a year would affect your happiness a lot. But if you're sitting pretty in the middle class in a developed country, $10,000 per year won't affect your happiness much, meaning you're killing yourself working overtime and the weekends for basically nothing. The other issue with overvaluing material success is the danger of prioritizing it over other values, such as honesty, nonviolence, compassion. When people measure themselves by not by their behavior, but by the status symbol they're able to collect, then not only they are shallow, but they're probably also assholes as well. Number 3, always being right. Our brains are an inefficient machine. We consistently make poor assumptions, misjudge probability, misremember facts, give in to cognitive biases, and make decisions consistently based on our emotional whims. As humans, we are pretty much wrong all the time. So if your metric for life is to be always right, well, you're going to have a difficult time rationalizing all the bullshit to yourself. The fact is, people who base their self-worth on being right about everything prevents themselves from learning from their mistake. They lack the ability to take on new perspectives and emphasize with others. They close themselves off to new people and new important information. It's far more helpful to assume that you're ignorant and don't know a lot. This keeps you unattached to superstitious or poorly informed beliefs, and promotes a constant state of learning and growth. Number 4, staying positive. Then there are those who measure their lives by the ability to be positive about it. Well, pretty much everything. Lost your job? Great! That's an opportunity to explore your passions. Husband cheated on you with your sister? Well, at least you're learning that you really... What? At least you're learning what you really mean to those people around you. Child dying of throat cancer? At least you don't have to pay for college anymore. Oh, that's crazy. that was a lot to read. Well, there is something to be said for sure, staying on the sunnier side of things. The truth is, sometimes life sucks, and the healthiest thing you can do is admit it. Denying the negative emotions leads to experiencing deeper, more prolonged negative emotions to emotional dysfunction. Constant positivity is a form of avoidance and not a valid solution to life's problems. Problems, which, by the way, if you're choosing the right values and metrics, should invigorate you and motivate you. It's simple, really. Things go wrong. People upset us. Accidents happen. These things make us feel like shit. And that's fine. Negative emotions are necessary components of emotional health. To deny the negativity is to perpetuate problems rather than solve them. The trick with negative emotions is to 1. Express them in a socially acceptable way in a healthy manner. And number 2 is to express them in a way that aligns with your values. Simple example, value of mine is non-violence. Therefore, when I get mad at somebody, I express that anger. But I also make a point of not punching them in the face. Radical idea, I know, but anger is not the problem. Anger is natural. Anger is part of life. Anger is arguably quite healthy in many situations. Remember, emotions are just feedback. See, it's the punching people in the face part that's the problem, not the anger. The anger is merely a messenger for my fist to your face. Don't blame the messenger, blame my fist or your face. When we force ourselves to stay positive all the time, we deny the existence of our life's problems. And when we deny the problems, we rob ourselves of the chance to solve them to generate happiness. Problems add a sense of meaning and importance to our life, and thus to duck our problems is to lead a meaningless existence. In the long run, completing a marathon. 1 second. Okay. Completing a marathon makes us happier than eating a chocolate cake. Raising a child makes us happier than beating a video game. Starting a small business with friends while struggling to make ends meet makes us happier than buying a new computer. These activities are stressful, arduous, and often unpleasant. They also require withstanding problem after problem, yet they are some of the most meaningful moments and joyous things we'll ever do. They involve pain, struggle, and even anger and despair. Yet once they're accomplished, we look back and get all misty-eyed and tell our grandchildren about them. There's a point I want to bring up. This was very, very baffling to me in the moment. So, in like 2021, I would say, I built my own PC. This is also the PC I used to stream all the time on, and I was very proud of my PC. I was like, oh, I built a PC in the ITX case, and I did it all myself, and I only I only messed up big time once. We'll just ignore that. But and I used this PC over and over again. There were issues with dust. There were issues with fans being set up the wrong way. There were issues with, screwdrivers and stuff and everything. And I'm very proud of this machine. I carry it around. I used to carry it around when I go to vacations or, go outside the country or to other places. And I am, still very happy about it. I might need to consider upgrading, but that's something to consider down the line. But then when this summer came around, I felt like carrying my PC all the way to France and living in a tiny apartment for a few months was not a very viable decision. And so eventually I purchased a laptop, and initially, all the excitement and hype around being able to get a decent laptop was very, very exciting to me. I was like, I'll make it so it's basically the same thing as my computer, because the graphics and the specs kind of are comparable. And I remember the day I went to buy the laptop, it was raining and it wasn't raining. And on the way back, it started to rain really heavily. My excitement was kind of like through the roof. And I was sitting in the Uber because I can't drive. I was sitting in the Uber holding onto the box, the cardboard box that contained my laptop. And I had this weird feeling. It like the sudden, all the excitement that like felt the same to when I was building my PC just suddenly died away. And all the plans that I had to import all my data, to make sure that the programs ran and synced together, all my, stream setup and stuff. When I moved that over, when I got back home, can't speak. When I got back home, I put the cardboard box on the desk. I eventually, opened it and like brought up my laptop, but I left it there on the table, and I didn't open it until the day I needed to leave. It was a very weird feeling to me because I had this idea that I was really excited to, use this laptop and set everything up and make it feel like my own, but it never really got there. I don't feel the sense of attachment to this laptop as I do to my PC, even though it's more expensive somehow than my PC. And it's really weird. I think this kind of like goes into the point of like, you need to have some sort of like struggle, like the frustration I had with like setting everything into my PC and like it not booting over and over again. It took me a week more than what I expected to finish building the PC and actually have everything run. The struggle, the time and the investment I put into making my PC feel like my own, like cannot compare to just going out to a store, going out to a micro center and buying a laptop. And it took me a while to realize that was what was going on, and that the attachment, the care and the reward that you get from buying something, buying this cool new thing that will make your life so much better, doesn't really come with the promised satisfaction. The way that you kind of like, the idea of purchasing this item and making, like, having it do some crazy thing for you in terms of like satisfaction or pleasure or fulfillment doesn't exist, and it just will never get there. I think it's very strange. I don't know. I haven't really seen it in any other things. Actually, no. I take it back. There's sometimes when I get like very impulsive and I want to buy some things, but like when the product actually arrives, I'm like, I don't really care for this anymore. I feel bad for spending all this money. It's like buyer's remorse or whatever, I think. They involve pain or struggle and even anger and despair. Yet once they're completed, we look back and get all misty-eyed and tell our grandkids about them. As Freud once said, one day in retrospect, years of struggle will strike you as the most beautiful. This is why these values, pleasure, material success, always being right, staying positive are poor ideals for a person's life. Some of the greatest moments in one's life are not pleasant, not successful, not known, not positive. The point is to nail down some good values and metrics, the pleasure and success will come naturally, emerging as a result. These things are side effects of good values. By themselves, they are empty highs. Okay, I need to I need to run to refuel, I suppose? Refuel my teacup. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Okay. Defining good versus bad values. Good values are reality-based and socially constructive and immediate and controllable. Bad values are superstitious, socially destructive, and not immediate and controllable. Honesty is a good value because it's something you have complete control over. It reflects reality. It benefits others, and it benefits others, even if it's sometimes unpleasant. Popularity, on the other hand, is a bad value. If that's your value, and your metric is being the most popular guy or girl at the dance party, then much of what happens will be out of your control. You don't know who else will be at the event. You probably won't know who half the people are. Second, the value and metric isn't based on reality. You may feel popular or unpopular when in fact you have no fucking clue what anyone else really thinks about you. As a rule, people who are terrified of what others think of them are actually terrified of all the shitty things they think about themselves being reflected back at them. Some examples of good, healthy values: honesty, innovation, vulnerability, standing up for oneself, standing up for others, self-respect, curiosity, charity, humility, creativity. Some bad examples: unhealthy values: dominance through manipulation or violence, indiscriminate fucking, feeling good all the time, always being the center of attention, not being alone, being liked by everybody, being rich for the sake of being rich, sacrificing small animals to a pageant god. You notice that good, healthy values are achieved internally. Something like creativity or humility can be experienced right now. You simply have to orientate your mind in a certain way to experience it. These values are immediate and controllable, and engage you with the world that is as it is rather than how you wish it were. Bad values are generally reliant on the external events. Flying a private jet, being told you're right all the time, owning a house in the Bahamas, eating a cannoli while getting blown by 3 strippers. Bad values, while sometimes fun or pleasurable, lie outside your control and often require socially destructive or superstitious means to achieve. Values are about prioritization. Everybody would love a good cannoli or a house in the Bahamas. The question is your priorities. What are the values that you prioritize above everyone else, everything else, and therefore influence your decision making more than anything else? Onoda's highest value was to complete loyalty and service to the Japanese Empire. This value, in case you couldn't tell from reading about him, stank worse than rotten sushi roll. It created really shitty problems for Hiro. Namely, he got stuck on a remote island where he lived off bugs and worms for 30 years. Oh, and he felt compelled to murder innocent civilians too. So, despite the fact that Hiro saw himself as a success, despite the fact that he lived up to his metrics, I think we can all agree that his life really sucked. None of us would trade shoes with him, given the opportunity. None of us would commend his actions. Dave Mustaine achieved great fame and glory and felt like a failure anyways. This is because he adopted a crappy value based on some sort of arbitrary comparison to the success of others. The value gave him an awful position and problem, such as, I need to sell 115 more million records, and everything will be great. My next tour needs to be nothing but stadiums. The problems he thought he'd need to solve in order to be happy. It's no surprise that he wasn't. On the contrary, Pete Best pulled a switcheroo. Despite being depressed and distraught by being kicked out of Beatles, as he grew older, he learned to reprioritize what he cared about and measure his life in a new light. Because of this, Best grew into a happy, healthy old man with an easy life and a great family. Things that, ironically, the 4 Beatles would spend decades struggling to achieve or maintain. When we have poor values, that is, poor standards we set for ourselves and others, We're essentially giving fucks about things that don't matter, and things that in fact make our life worse. When we choose better values, we are able to divert our fucks to something better, towards things that matter, things that improve the state of our well-being and generate happiness, pleasure, and success as side effects. This, in a nutshell, is what is self-improvement. What self-improvement is really all about. Prioritizing better values, choosing better things to give fucks about. Because whether you give better fucks, when you give better fucks, you get better problems. And when you get better problems, you get a better life. The rest of this book is dedicated to 5 counterintuitive values I believe are most beneficial values one can adopt. As following the backwards law we talked about earlier, in that they're negative, all require confronting deeper problems than avoiding them right through highs. These 5 values are both unconventional and uncomfortable, but to me, they are life-changing. The first, which we looked at in the next chapter, is a radical form of responsibility. Taking responsibility for everything that occurs in your life, regardless of whose fault it is. The second is uncertainty, the acknowledgement of your own ignorance and the cultivation of constant doubt in your own beliefs. The next is failure, the willingness to discover your own flaws and the mistakes that so that they might be improved upon. And the fourth is rejection, the ability to both say and hear no, and thus clearly defining what you will and will not accept in your life. The final value is contemplation of one's own morality. This one is crucial, because paying vigilant attention to one's own death is probably the only thing capable of helping us keep our other values in proper perspective. Oof. Okay, chapter 5. We're almost officially halfway through the book. Imagine that someone puts a gun to your head and tells you that you have to run 26.2 miles under 5 hours, or else he'll kill you and your entire family. That would suck. Oh wait, I forgot to read. Chapter 5. You are always choosing. That would suck. Now imagine that you bought nice shoes, running gear, and trained rigorously and religiously for months and completed your first marathon with all of your closest family and friends cheering you on at the finish line. That could be potentially one of the proudest moments you have in your life. Exact same 26.2 miles. Exact same person running them. Exact same pain coursing through you. Through your exact same legs. But when you choose it freely and prepare for it, it was a glorious and important milestone in your life. When it was forced upon you against your will, it was the most terrifying, painful experience of your life. Often, the only difference between problems being painful or powerful is the sense that we choose it, that we are responsible for it. If you're miserable in your own current situation, chances are it's because you feel like some part of it is outside your control, that there's a problem you have no ability to solve, a problem that somehow was thrusted upon you without your choosing. When we feel that we are choosing our problems, we feel empowered. When we feel that our problems are being forced upon us against our will, we feel victimized and miserable. The choice. William James has problems. Really bad problems. Though born into a wealthy, prominent family, at birth, James suffered life-threatening health issues, an eye problem that left him temporarily blind as a child, a terrible stomach condition that causes excessive vomiting, and forced upon him to adopt an obscure, highly sensitive diet, trouble with his hearing, back spasms that so bad for days on end he couldn't sit or stand up straight. Due to his health problems, James spent most of his time at home. He didn't have many friends. He wasn't particularly good at school. Instead, he passes his days painting. and that was the only thing he liked, and the only thing he felt particularly good at. Unfortunately, nobody else thought he was good at it. When he grew to adulthood, nobody bought his works. And as the years went on, his father, a wealthy businessman, began ridiculing him for his laziness and his lack of talent. Meanwhile, his younger brother, Henry James, went on to become a world-renowned novelist. His sister, Alice James, made good living as a writer as well. William was the family oddball, the black sheep. In a desperate attempt to salvage the young man's future, James' father used his business connections to get him into Harvard Medical School. It was his last chance, his father told him. If he screwed up there, there was no hope for him. But James never felt at home or at peace at Harvard. Medicine never appealed to him. He spent most of the whole time feeling like a fake and a fraud. After all, he couldn't overcome his own problems. How could he ever help to have the energy to help others? After touring a psychiatric facility one day, James mused that in his diary that he felt like he had more in common with the patients than with the doctors. A few years went by, and again, to his father's disapproval, James dropped out of med school, but rather than dealing with the blunt of his father's wrath, he decided to get away. He signed up to join an anthropological expedition to the Amazon rainforest. This was in the 1860s, so transcontinental travel was difficult and dangerous. If you ever played a computer game like the Oregon Trail when you were a kid, it's something kind of like that. With dysentery and drowning oxen and everything. Anyways, James made it all the way to the Amazon, where the real adventure was to begin. Surprisingly, his fragile health held up all the way. But once he finally made it, on the first day of the expedition, he promptly contracted smallpox and nearly died in the jungle. Then his back spasms returned, painful to the point making James unable to walk. By this point, he was emaciated and starved from the smallpox. Immobilized by his bad back, left alone in the middle of the South America, the rest of the expedition had gone on without him, with no clear way of going home. A journey that could take months and nearly kill him anyways. But somehow, he eventually made it back to New England, where he was greeted with an even more disappointed father. By this point, the young man wasn't so young anymore, nearly 30 years old, still unemployed, a failure at everything he had attempted, with a body routinely that betrayed him and wasn't ever likely going to get better. Despite all the advantages and opportunities he had been given in life, everything fell apart. The only constants in his life seemed to be suffering and disappointment. James fell into deep depression and began making plans to take his own life. But one night, while reading lectures by philosopher Charles Peirce, James decided to conduct a little experiment. In his diary, he wrote he would spend 1 year believing that he was 100% responsible for everything that occurred in his life, no matter what. During this period, he would do everything in his power to change his circumstance, no matter the likelihood of failure. Nothing improved in that 1 year, then it would be apparent that he was truly powerless to the circumstances around him, and then he would take his own life. The punchline? William James went on to become one of the father of American psychology. His works have been translated into a bazillion languages, and he's regarded one of the most influential intellects, philosophers, psychologists of his generation. He would go on to teach at Harvard and would tour much of the United States and Europe giving lectures. He would marry and have children with have 5 children, one of whom, Henry, would be a famous biographer and win a Pulitzer Prize. James would later refer to this little experiment as his rebirth, and would credit it with everything he later accomplished in his life. There is a simple realization that from all personal improvement and growth emerges. This is the realization that we individually are responsible for everything in our lives, no matter the external circumstances. We don't always control what happens to us, but we always control how we interpret what happens to us, as well as how we respond. Whether we're consciously recognizing or not, we are always responsible for our experiences. It is impossible not to be. Choosing not to consciously interpret events in our life is still an interpretation of the events of our lives. Choosing not to respond to the events of our lives is still a response to the events in our lives. Even if you get run over by a clown car and pissed on by a busload of school children, it's still your responsibility to interpret the meaning of the event and choose a response. Whether we like it or not, we are always taking an active role in what's occurring to us and within us. We're always interpreting the meaning of every moment, every occurrence. We're always choosing the values by which we live and the metrics by which we measure everything that happens to us. Often the same event can be good or bad, depending on the metrics we choose to use. The point is, we're always choosing, whether we recognize it or not, always. It comes back to how, in reality, there is no such thing as not giving a single fuck. It is impossible. We must all give a fuck about something. To not give a fuck about anything is still to give a fuck about something. Okay, that's a little bit of a brain wrap. The real question is, what are we choosing to give a fuck about? What values are we choosing to base our actions on? What metrics are we choosing to use to measure our lives? Are those good choices, good values, and good metrics? The responsibility/fault fallacy. Years ago, when I was much younger and much stupider, I wrote a blog post. At the end of it, I said something like, as a great philosopher once said, with great power comes great responsibility. It sounded nice and authoritative. I couldn't remember who said it, and my Google search had turned up nothing, but I stuck it there anyways. It fit the post nicely. About 10 minutes later, the first comment came in. I think the great philosopher you're referring to is Uncle Ben from the movie Starman. Starman? Oops. Spider-Man. As another great philosopher once said, don't. With great power comes great responsibility. The last words of Uncle Ben before a thief whom Peter Parker let get away murders him on the sidewalk full of people for absolutely no explicit reason. Explicable reason. That great philosopher. Still, we've all heard the quote. It gets repeated a lot, usually ironically, after about 7 beers. It's one of those perfect quotes that sound really intelligent and basically is telling you what you already know, even if you never quite thought about the matter before. It's true. There's a better version of this quote, a version that is actually profound. All you have to do is switch the nouns around. With great responsibility comes great power. The more we choose to accept responsibility in our lives, the more power we will exercise over our lives. Accepting responsibility for the problems, thus, is the first step in solving them. I once knew a man who convinced that the reason no woman would date him is because he is too short. He was educated, interested, good-looking, a good catch in principle. But he was absolutely convinced that women found him too short to date. Because he felt like he was too short. He didn't often go out to try and meet women. The few times he did, he would hone in on the smallest behavior from any woman he talked to that could possibly indicate that he wasn't attractive enough for her, and convince himself that she didn't like him, even if she really did. As you can imagine, his dating life sucked. What he didn't realize was that he had chosen the value that was hurting him: height. Women, he assumed, are only attracted to height. He was screwed, no matter what he did. The choice of value was disempowering. It gave him a really crappy problem: not being tall enough in a world meant for tall people. There was far better values that he could have adopted in his dating life. Want to only date women who likes me for who I am? Might have been a good place to start. A metric that is assessed by values of honesty and acceptance. But he did not choose these values. He likely wasn't even aware he was choosing his values. Even though he didn't realize it, he was responsible for his own problems. Despite that responsibility, he went on complaining. "But I don't have a choice," he would tell the bartender. "There's nothing I can do. Women are superficial and vain, and they would never like me." Yes, it's every single woman's fault for not liking a self-pitying, shallow guy with shitty values, obviously. A lot of people hesitate to take responsibility for their problems because they believe that to be responsible for your problems is also to be at fault for your problems. Responsibility and fault are often appear together in our culture, but they're not the same thing. If I hit you with my car, I'm both responsible and also at fault for I'm both at fault and likely legally responsible to compensate you in some way. If I hit you with my car, even if hitting you with my car was an accident, I'm still responsible. This is the way fault works in our society. If you fuck up, you're on the hook for making it right, and it should be that way. But there's also problems that we aren't at fault for, yet we're still responsible for them. For example, if you woke up one day and there's a newborn baby at your doorstep, would it not be your fault that the baby had been put there? It would not be your fault that the baby had been put there. But the baby now would be your responsibility. You would have to choose what to do with it, whether you end up choosing keeping it, getting rid of it, ignoring it, feeding it to pit bull. There would be problems associated with your choice. And you would be responsible for those as well. Judges don't get to choose their cases. When a case goes to court, the judge assigned to it did not commit the crime, was not a witness to the crime, and was not affected by the crime, but he or she is still responsible for the crime. The judge must choose the consequence. He or she must identify the metric against the crime, which the crime will be measured, and make sure that the chosen metric is carried out. We are responsible for the experiences that aren't our fault all the time. This is part of life. Here is one way to think about the distinction between the two concepts. Fault is past tense. Responsibility is present tense. Fault results from the choice that has already been made. Responsibility results in the choice you are currently making every second of every day. You are choosing to read this. You are choosing to think about concepts. You're choosing to accept or reject the concept. And it may be my fault you think my ideas are lame, but you're responsible for coming to your own conclusions. It's not your fault I chose to write the sentence, but you're still responsible for choosing to read it. There's a difference between blaming someone else for your situation and that person actually being responsible for your situation. Nobody ever is responsible for your situation but you. Many people maybe to blame for your unhappiness, but no one is ever responsible for your unhappiness but you. This is because you always get to choose how to see things. You get to choose how to react to things, how you value things. You always get to choose the metric by which you measure your experiences. My first girlfriend dumped me in spectacular fashion. She was cheating on me with her teacher. It was awesome. By awesome, I meant I felt like getting punched in the stomach about 253 times. To make it worse, when I confronted her about it, she promptly left me for him. 3 years together, down the toilet, just like that. I was miserable for months afterwards. That was to be expected, but I also held her responsible for my misery. Which, take it from me, didn't get very far. It just made misery worse. See, I couldn't control her. No matter how many times I called her, screamed at her, or begged her to take me back, or made surprise visits to her place, or did other creepy, irrational ex-boyfriend things, I could never control her emotions or her actions. Ultimately, while she was to blame for how I felt, she never was responsible for how it felt. I was. At some point, with enough tears and alcohol, my thinking began to shift, and I began to understand that although she had done something horrible to me, she could be to blame for that, but now it's my own responsibility to make myself happy again. She was never going to pop up and fix things for me, so I had to fix them myself. When I took that approach, few things happened. First, I began to improve myself. I started exercising and spending more time with my friends, whom I've been neglecting. I started deliberately meeting new people. I took a big study abroad trip and did some volunteer work, and slowly I started to feel better. I still resented my ex for what she had done, but at least I'm now taking responsibility for my own emotions. And by doing so, I was choosing better values aimed at taking care of myself, learning to feel better about myself rather than aiming at her to fix what she's broken. Then about a year later, something funny began to happen. As I looked back on our relationship, I started to notice problems I've never noticed before. Problems that I was to blame for, and I could have done something to solve. I realized that it was likely that I hadn't been a good boyfriend. That people just don't magically cheat on somebody they've been with unless they're unhappy for some reason. Not saying that this is an excuse for what my ex did. Not at all. But recognizing my mistakes helped me realize that perhaps I haven't been the innocent victim I believe myself to be. That role I had played enabled a shitty relationship to continue for as long as it did. After all, people who date each other tend to have similar values. And if I dated someone with shitty values for that long, what did that say about me and my values? I learned that the hard way that if people in your relationships are selfish and doing hurtful things, it's likely you are too. You just don't realize it. In hindsight, I was able to look back and see warning signs of my ex-girlfriend's character, signs that I had chosen to ignore or brush off when I was with her. That was my fault. I could look back and see that I hadn't been exactly the boyfriend of the year to her either. In fact, I've often been cold and arrogant towards her. Other times I took her for granted and blew her off and hurt her. These things were my fault too. Did my mistakes justify her mistakes? No, but still, I took responsibility of the never making those mistakes again, never overlooking the same signs again. To help guarantee that I will never suffer the same consequence again, I took the responsibility of striving to make my future relationships with women much better, and I'm happy to report that I have. No more cheating girlfriends leaving me, no more 253 stomach punches. I took responsibility for my problems and improved upon them. I took responsibility of my role in that unhealthy relationship and improved upon it with later relationships. You know what? My ex leaving me, while one of the most painful experiences I've had, also one of the most important and most influential experiences in my life. I credit it with inspiring a significant amount of personal growth. I learned from that a single problem that dozens of my successes combined. We all love to take responsibility for success and happiness. Hell, we often fight over who gets to be responsible for success and happiness. But taking responsibility for our problems is far more important. Because that's where real learning comes from. That's where real life improvement comes from. That's where simply blame others is to hurt yourself. Alright, this is page 102. We are 50% of the way through, but oh my god. I feel like I can't talk anymore. No. Uh-oh. I'm a little bit tired as well. Oh my god, I can hear my throat crackling and breaking. So, unfortunately, we only got halfway through today. But honestly, it was much more than what I had expected. So, that's fun. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I think it ticked a lot of my boxes. I also got to share some really weird tangents and stories I never really told before. So yeah, we'll spend some more time sometime in the future, maybe next weekend, maybe later this week, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow I do want to play Frostpunk or some game that I don't have to perhaps speak as much, to rest up a little bit. Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I had a ton of fun. And I'm gonna go rest my throat now. Okay, thank you guys for being here. Yeah, goodbye. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your mornings, afternoons, and evenings, wherever you are. Oh, I'm already losing my voice. Alright, goodbye.